morning, everyone. I would like to call the County Council meeting of Wednesday, April 29th to order. I would ask everyone to rise for a moment of silent reflection, please. Mr. Morrow, roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett?
Here.
Councillor Brose?
Present.
Councillor Doncaster?
Present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Councillor Emo?
Present.
Councillor Grills?
Here.
Councillor Hunt? Pretty sure Councillor Hunt was there. Councillor Keller?
It's frozen.
Okay. Councillor Love?
Present.
Councillor Lynch?
Present.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Peckett? Councillor Rigier?
Present.
Councillor Reinwald?
Here.
Warden Robinson?
Here.
Councillor Sweet?
I'm here.
Councillor Wisniewski-Moore?
Here.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Members of County Council. During the month of April, I attended 16 electronic meetings on county business. As the COVID-19 pandemic has unfolded, the County of Renfrew has led the way with our responses to many of the issues emerging in our communities. The direction from the province has evolved on a weekly and sometimes daily basis, requiring our long-term care homes, paramedics, and social services departments to implement new orders from the province. In our long-term care homes, we have been proactive in protecting our community's most vulnerable. Our paramedics continue to be on the front lines of the pandemic response. Finally, social services is continuing to respond to the needs of our community's most vulnerable. As you are aware, we are under a declared emergency. These provisions have given us flexibility and access to resources, allowing us to respond quickly when needed. So far, I have attended 8 electronic meetings of the Emergency Operations Center since the county declared a state of emergency on March the 30th. These meetings have been very effective in keeping everyone informed while ensuring all of our departments are working cohesively. Our messaging to residents, our municipalities, and the community at large has been a critical component of our response. The Crisis Communication Team, Jackie Stott, Information and Research Coordinator, the Economic Development Department, Lainey Bold-Johnson, Funding Coordinator, Long-Term Care Homes, Carrie Lynn McGrath, Paramedic, Roger Goldberg, IT Technician Webmaster, all led by Michael Barber, Media Relations Grants Coordinator, has developed a crisis communication plan that focuses on the frontline staff who deliver services during a declared emergency. The goal is to use effective channels of communication for the duration of this declared emergency. Moving forward, we are entering a crucial phase in our COVID-19 journey. While some may question the extent of the efforts to date, the numbers show we are having success. Without taking these measures, we would have faced unacceptable consequences. We are also planning for the future. The County of Renfrew established a Renfrew County Economic Recovery Task Force to reach out to sectorial leaders, to share information, and to create an action plan to allow us to be prepared to move forward from a position of strength following the COVID-19 pandemic. The effects of this pandemic will leave organizations and local businesses in great financial hardship. Economic development staff have been contacting local businesses to hear how they are coping and to learn about the challenges they are facing. The first meeting of the task force, held on April the 23rd, was to discuss options with the intent of forming a practical work plan. You will hear more about this during Mr. Kelly's presentation. We are also considering how we move forward with the business of the County of Renfrew. Last week, we awarded the tender for the service delivery review. The scope of this review will now take on much of what we have learned as an organization about how to operate in a new COVID-19 normal. These lessons will serve us well in the future. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge publicly the excellent working relationship the county has had with the Renfrew County and District Health Unit's Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Rob Cushman, who has strongly supported the county's position with the province regarding our supplies of PPE, long-term care needs, and paramedic service operations. We have also experienced and benefited from the commitment of our MPP, John Yakubuski, to the residents of Renfrew County. MPP Yakubuski has been influential in ensuring our voice is heard and has personally taken our issues to Ministers Elliott and Fullerton, to Premier Ford, and to the Treasury Board. He has first-hand knowledge of the extraordinary work being done and the proactive planning undertaken by our long-term care director, SHELLEY, our Chief of Paramedic Service, Mike Nolan. MPP Yakubuski's influence has resulted in some significant gains for us. Just yesterday, he successfully advocated on our behalf for the inclusion of paramedics in the recent announcement of a $4 an hour wage hike for frontline workers. MPP Yakubuski's efforts and the province's willingness to review the list of eligible workers is much appreciated by this council and by our 124 paramedics who continue to tackle this pandemic every single day. We are extremely proud of their efforts and the efforts of all frontline workers in the County of Renfrew and across the province of Ontario. I remind those assembled here today of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Begin with the department reports. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. First item in the report under delegated authority. As part of the delegated authority, the commitment was to bring back any items that were passed under delegated authority. If you see the table there, the quality improvement plan for the long-term care homes, the Warden and I had approved that under delegated authority. The funding agreement that between the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and Council, again, that had gone to committee as well and was addressed at committee in advance of the Warden and my approval. The Ontario Clean Water Agency report, again, that was at Social Services. That is the contract for the operation of our water treatment facilities at our homes, I believe, in Killaloe. And finally, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing Council approval funding for service managers. That is the special money that Laura will speak to that was in her report. That is the agreement between the County of Renfrew and the province to receive that money and provide it to our members of our community. Item 2, if I may, Warden. The service delivery review to which the Warden did speak to in her opening remarks. And we received a total of 7 submissions, with 2 of them being disqualified for a number of various reasons. As the selection committee reviewed them, there were really 2 strong contenders at the end of the day. After some discussion, Strategy Corp was the consultant that was awarded the contract. One unique thing to them was right out front in their proposal to us, they dealt with COVID-19, how they would undertake a report and survey and speak to our local mayors and reeves in this new environment. So that was very helpful. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the Warden, Chair Murphy, Jeff, and Craig for leading the process. So, very helpful. Thank you. If I may, Warden, I'll go to number 3. Crisis Communications Plan. Under the direction of Emergency Operations Center, the senior leadership team, the Crisis Communications team of Jackie Stott, Information Research Coordinator, Economic Development, Lainey Bolt-Johnson, Funding Coordinator, Long-Term Care Homes, Carrie Lynn McGrath, Paramedic, and Roger Goldberg. They are our web person and led by Mike Barber. They have done a fantastic job creating the Crisis Communications Plan. I do believe the report indicated it was attached. I understand that that did go out yesterday, and all members have that plan available to them. Number 4, Warden, if I may. Radio ads. I am hopeful that members of council and the public have heard our radio ads that have been played on a variety of different radio stations throughout Renfrew County. We initiated those radio ads at the outset of the COVID pandemic, informing the members of the public where we were with our office and office closures and what measures we were taking. We did want to assure the public as part of our communication efforts that we were not closed for business, but our facilities were physically closed. So that was 18 messages a day across 3 local radio stations. We also utilized local newspapers, and you will see that we undertook a series of ads that were created by our communications team and got those out in all local newspapers. And I think the local newspapers were very appreciative of that support as well that they received. A series of media releases. We've most certainly kept Mike Barber busy with every announcement of the province, as the warden had indicated in her opening remarks. There has been weekly changes and there has been daily announcements coming from the province, which has impacted the county of Renfrew and the services we provide. And we have reacted to those with media releases. Again, if I may, Warden, I'll continue on to number 7. Social media, fantastic efforts on the part of our staff to get out on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and lots of opportunities there with consistent messaging, messaging that is consistent with that of the province and the health unit, and you're seeing those on social media. The warden had an opportunity to do 3 videos that were created, and they are now out on social media, and they're fantastic messaging, providing some leadership within our community as well. So again, a fantastic effort there as well. We've also taken through a number of channels, Bruce Beakley and Mike Barber, to communicate with local municipalities. I've also sat on a weekly call with the local CAOs where we discuss local issues and how we're going to communicate those. So at this point, I believe most of the local municipalities have been very satisfied with the information and the support that has been shared with them through the County of Renfrew. Again, just communication staff. Currently, the crisis communication team, under the direction of the senior, is developing a staff newsletter, and that will be a final product that we will have going out to the staff in the next couple of days. Thank you, Warden. That is the administration report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. We'll start back on item number 1. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none. Item number 2, the service delivery review. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I appreciate that we're all becoming more accustomed to the Zoom meetings, to the virtual meetings. I just wonder if we are still in the virtual realm at the end of May. With respect to the service delivery review, I think typically had we been in chamber, we would probably have seen the score sheet on the various bidders for the service delivery review. I recognize that this has already been awarded, and that has been appropriate through the delegated authority. But I think it would have been of value to have had that appended, perhaps as an attachment to this report. The other thing is, while it's in the public domain, certainly if it is part of the agenda package, it is also in part of a public document that is accessible to all of us.
Mr. Morrow.
Warden, with your approval, we can have that table created and sent out to all members of County Council so they have that information. We can also provide it as part of the next County Council report as well, so it's part of a public report if Council is acceptable to that.
Certainly can do that. Councillor Hunt, did you have your name or your hand up? I guess not. So anyone else on the service delivery review? Seeing none, number 3, the crisis communication plan. 4, the radio ads. 5, the newspaper. 6, the media releases. 7, social media. 8, the communications to local municipalities, which has been absolutely excellent. I hear from a number from members of council that they're getting the information very quickly, so thank you for that. And number 9, the communications to staff. Seeing none, the report as a whole. Can I get a mover and a seconder to accept the report of the administration department, please? Moved by Councillor Emo, seconded by Councillor Love. Any other comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Foss in the Finance Department, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So my report begins on page number 7 of the package. Item number 1 is a corporate financial summary of all COVID-19 related expenditures and revenues up until last week. That was Friday, April the 24th. The top chart indicates expenditures, and you'll see we have a row for the month of March, one for the month of April. Important for council to be aware that at least from a payroll perspective, we had one payroll posted in the month of March that had COVID-related expenditures attached to it, and one payroll so far in the month of April. Our next payroll posting will take place tomorrow, April the 30th, and so we'll have some updated information for costs to the end of April. You will see that in total, between payroll expenditures and those invoices that were paid through accounts payable, we have a total of $484,000 of COVID-related expenses to date. The revenue chart immediately below certainly just summarizes some of the revenues that we've been made aware of that are available to us to deal with some of the COVID-related expenditures. I've highlighted for you the gift card donation that we were aware of at last month's meeting. In long-term care on March the 17th, we were made aware of $75,000 that was being made available to each long-term care facility for staffing, supplies, cleaning, and infection control activities. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provided to us a letter dated April the 1st summarizing enhanced community homelessness prevention initiative funding in the amount of $1.7 million. Expenditures related to that fund have not begun to flow yet. This is the first week that we've seen some invoices coming in related to that fund. And so the expenditures in the table above do not reflect any of the expenditures that are being provided out of that fund as yet. And at the bottom of that chart for paramedic services, we did receive notification from the Ministry of Health that they would support our VTAC program to the tune of $6,000 per day. Item number 2 then is the draft and unaudited financial statements for the County of Renfrew for the year ended December the 31st, 2019. We've included financial statements for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, Bonnechere Manor, Miramichi Lodge, as well as the General Revenue Fund. These statements include not only a statement of revenue and expenditures and the balance sheet, but also a detailed analysis of the accumulated surplus account for each of those financial statements as at December the 31st. The statement of revenues and expenditures is being presented comparing actual results to the council approved 2019 budget and they reflect both a municipal surplus, which is under the Municipal Act, that level of surplus that we need to ensure that we have sufficient revenues to cover all of our costs, and we budget a $0 municipal surplus, as well as a fully Public Sector Accounting Board compliant presentation of financial results, including amortization expense, but removing all of our capital purchases, reserve transfers, both in and out, debt principal and debt proceeds funding. The statements also reflect the full cost of all post-retirement benefits. I thought it was important for council to be aware of these draft statements. They are currently being reviewed by our auditors. Our auditors present at this facility the 1st of March on an annual basis, and about mid-March, when we closed our offices, they obviously had to leave the building. They continue to work on our files. However, their year-end work will not be complete until they can get back into our buildings, until we're open again. And that's not only this building, but it's also our long-term care facilities, as well as the Housing Corporation. Typically on an annual basis, we are presenting financial statements for council approval in the month of June. And with the difficulties that our auditors will be facing with attending these various offices, I suspect that there will be some delay in then being able to complete their work and then present audited opinions to council for the 2019 statement. As their work continues and as we begin to open up, we will certainly keep council aware of those activities so that as soon as we have statements available, we will present them to council. Item number 3 is really an item dealing with suspending penalties and interest during the state of emergency. The Tax Policy Working Group, which is representatives of each of your local municipal treasurers, we held an electronic meeting on April the 14th to discuss a number of options to provide some support to our residents as well as our business communities in Renfrew County, some immediate economic relief. We discussed at that time the June 30th county levy payment, some of the options that are available to us being to defer that tax installment altogether or to move forward with that tax installment and suspend all penalty and interest payments related to that. And so as a group, we are recommending to County Council this recommendation and these changes to the bylaws, which will essentially suspend penalties and interest on all county levy payments, as well as suspending all penalty and interests on any county invoicing for the period of March the 30th until September the 30th. Obviously, these decisions were considered very carefully. There is an economic impact to these decisions. So, for example, June the 30th, the county will be expecting about $12 million in levy payments to be collected and remitted to us from all lower tiers. And so the magnitude of this economic impact on us would be foregone interest revenue loss. So at $12 million at our current RAG banking interest of 2.4%, any loss in interest revenues from June the 30th until September 30th, those 90 days, that total interest loss would be about $71,000. The lower tier municipalities, your treasurers who were part of that meeting, indicating that what they would do is collect any county levies that were received by the June 30th date and remit those on through to County Council. So we have the ability of some of those levy payments being paid, but if not, we have the potential of about a $71,000 interest loss over this time period. What this does, obviously, is it injects much needed liquidity into our marketplace. That $12 million would be in addition to the $8 million in provincial education tax levy that was deferred from June until September. So effective June, there's the potential of injecting $20 million of liquidity into our economy through the deferral of the education tax payments as well as the suspension of interest for the county levy. And so we are recommending then that 2 bylaws be adopted. And I'll just go back to that recommendation under item number 3, that a bylaw be adopted at this session to amend bylaw 3412, which is a bylaw to provide for the payment of the county levy by installments to allow county council to suspend penalty and interest charges on the June 30th levy installment for all lower tier municipalities until September 30th of 2020. And further, that bylaw 1820, a bylaw to establish and require payments of user fees and charges be amended to suspend penalties and interest from any source from the date of the state of emergency was declared by the Corporation of the County of Renfrew on March 30th until September the 30th of 2020. Item number 4, then on an annual basis, the Tax Policy Working Group through our meeting makes a number of recommendations to this body with respect to tax policy decisions. And so we have 4 recommendations to you to consider. Item number 4, I've attached our complete report with our recommendations for each one of the significant decision points that need to be made. I think it's fair to say that we are recommending in this current climate a status quo approach. So we are recommending policies for 2020 which are identical to the policies that were adopted in 2019 without any substantive changes. So with that, we have 4 recommendations. Number 1, that a bylaw be adopted at this session of County Council setting our 2020 starting tax ratios for county purposes and lower purposes for the year 2020. Number 2, that County Council approve at this session a tax ratio bylaw to include a revenue neutral ratio for the landfill class at 1.189066. Item number 3, that County Council approve at this session that the 2020 tax rates include a calculation to apply a municipal budgetary increase to the industrial and large industrial classes equal to 50% of the tax rate increase for the residential class, and that's over the notional rates. And finally, that a bylaw be adopted at this session to continue with the foregone revenue approach, which is capping approach to fund all capping requirements under the Municipal Act and to continue to use all available capping options to move all properties toward full CVA taxation as quickly as possible. And finally, item number 5, which is found on page 13, is now that we are recommending those particular tax policies, we can move forward with the final calculation of 2020 tax rates for the County of Renfrew. Council will recall, of course, at our January the 27th session of County Council, bylaw number 4-20 was approved, which was a bylaw to adopt the estimates and sums for this year in the amount for a county levy of $47,253,904. Once we apply all of the tax policies that were listed in item number 4, we can calculate 2020 tax rates. They are provided for you on page 14 with comparisons to the 2019 county tax rates. These tax rates are identical to the draft rates that were calculated and provided to you at our budget workshop. And Madam Warden, that would be the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. We'll start at the beginning of Mr. Foss's report under information item number 1, the financial summary. Councillor Doncaster.
Sorry, thank you very much, Warden Robinson. I have some further comments to make, but I think if Mr. Moreau or you will remind me under new business, I will make some other comments. This is good, keeping track of this. I just want to request from Mr. Foss that he made sure that all the lower tier municipalities are also doing this, keeping track of what the COVID related costs are, and I'll expand on that a little later under new business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hunt, if you could unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Warden, to Mr. Foss. Jeff, is the expenses for the COVID going to be kept as an extraordinary item so it doesn't distort any of our budgeted figures and that we'll easily be able to see it in one spot?
Mr. Foss?
Thank you, Warden. So our approach at the County of Renfrew was essentially to create some accounts that can be added to each and every department so that the departments that are authorizing the expenditures and realizing the revenues, we're tracking that within each department within the corporation. So it's not being reported in only one department. However, we've set up very special payroll and expenditure codes, as well as revenue codes. So at the end of any particular period, we can pull all of these amounts together. So I guess the short answer to your question is we can easily report in summary, but each one of these costs are contained within the financial statements of each one of our departments.
Okay, further to that question then is, so if we looked at any particular discipline such as paramedics, it'll be easy to see the distortion created by the COVID. It'll be in a separate area so that we can see that the reason that they're over budget would be because of COVID.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Absolutely. The expenditure line item and the revenue line items will be identified as COVID expenditures and revenues. Within the payroll function, we would have additional reporting for each department to identify that of the entire payroll expenditures, here is the amount by department, which is representative of the extraordinary COVID-related salary costs.
Thank you, that's great.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on item number 1? Seeing none, item number 2 in the unaudited financial statement. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I first want to say that I had picked myself in the pool to be the first councillor to be reminded that I was on mute. And as I understand it, the pool was $100. So thank you for that, Councillor Hunt. You've blown it for me. With that, on the unaudited financial statements, I just wanted to remind council back at budget in 2019, there was much angst over reducing the levy from 3% to 2.6%. And in fact, when we adopted the budget in 2019, it was with an expectation that there would be a $600,000, just slightly over $600,000 shortfall in the transfers to capital reserves. So in fact, albeit these are unaudited, but I can't suspect that there are significant variances from what Mr. Foss has presented. So on top of what we would have levied for our reserves, on top of that, now items A, B, C, and D on page 8 combined are just slightly under a $6 million additional funds that are now being deposited into various capital reserves. To the point that Madam Warden, just bear with me as I'm clicking on my screens here. Ultimately, the starting point for our capital reserves was estimated when we developed the 2020 budget. Our starting point for our reserves on capital was estimated to be something on the order of just slightly over $33 million. When I did a consolidation of the various statements of accumulated surplus and the reserve accounts itemized within each of the general, the Housing Corporation, Miramichi Lodge, and Bonnechere Manor, In fact, the starting point of our capital reserves for 2020 will be more like 44.5 million rather than 33.5 million, and I think that was substantial. And I think that also probably stands us in good stead with respect to adopting the levy target at budget in 2020 of 2.5% versus the 3%. But I think there is certainly some room available for us there that we are not likely to suffer unduly moving forward. I just wanted to bring that to Council's attention.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donohue. Are there any other further comments? Okay, seeing none. Number 3, bylaws. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Wisniewski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any comments? Councillor Donohue.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm thinking that this is probably still somewhat stale dated because Mr. Foss, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Foss had identified that our RAG accounts were at 2.4%. I think I'd be astonished if they're still at 2.4%. Could Mr. Foss verify? I know that they are prime minus, but I expect that prime has probably fallen commensurately with the price of oil. Perhaps we could get clarification on that.
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So on the date that the Tax Policy Working Group met, our RAG interest revenue is prime less 1.55%. So we were at 2.4% on the date that we made this decision, which was April the 14th. I haven't updated that since then. I certainly could have a look and see what bank prime is today, but it's bank prime less 1.55% multiplied by the $12 million that we expect to have in our June levy payment. And that's for a 90-day period. That's where we arrived at the potential of a $71,000 interest income loss. Thank you.
Okay, any other further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 4, the 2020 tax policy. I need a mover and a seconder for the first recommendation, please. Moved by Councillor Wisniewski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Love. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation number 2, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation number 3, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bennett, Councillor Murphy. Any comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And the final recommendation, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Donohue, seconded by Councillor Brose. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 5, the County of Renfrew tax rate bylaw. You've heard the recommendation. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Love, Councillor Hunt. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder for the report as a whole. Moved by Councillor Wisniewski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Regular. Any comments on the report? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I'll now ask Ms. Sheedy for the Long-Term Care Department report, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. The long-term care report starts on page 59 of your package. Item number 1 is a status update with respect to the residents and COVID, and very happy to report that we continue to have no positives. Certainly the symptom list for residents living in long-term care has expanded greatly. It's basically any type of changing condition with a resident that could be not readily apparent to COVID. So for example, if a resident has a fall, we are swabbing them. So with that, we always have a number of swab results coming we're pending those results, although we certainly have seen them come back a little bit faster. As of this morning, so April 29th, we have 3 at the Manor for residents that we're waiting to hear from, and 1 at the Lodge. As I indicated in the paragraph below the table, one significant change since our last county council is that the province has changed the classification. And so it's basically if one resident in a long-term care home has one symptom that meets the eligibility criteria to swab them, then we do that swab immediately and the home is placed in what's called suspect COVID. It doesn't really change what we have been doing all along with respect to resident care. That resident is immediately placed on isolation and the staff take appropriate precautions. So in layman's terms, it's we treat them as if they're positive until we get the swab result back. And again, fortunately enough, so far they have all been negative. The staff and the communities continue to be very creative and generous in ensuring that our residents receive and continue to maintain meaningful connections. There's a little collage, excuse me, on the bottom of page 59 in your package. And so we're certainly ramping up again as we head towards Mother's Day. And so lots of activities will be planned one-on-one with the residents for that and reaching out to the families to be able to, again, connect some way with their loved ones. I did want to also let you know, and at some point we'll have a more formal thank you to acknowledge everything that our community has done so far. So it's not just for the residents, but I wanted to make sure the County Council is aware that our communities have been incredibly supportive of our staff as well. And just to give you one example, Jim Zado, who many of you know, is providing burgers for everyone that works in our home. This Friday will be Bonature Manor and next Friday will be Miramichi Lodge. So those are the kinds of phone calls that I'm fielding daily from people saying, can I order some pizza and have it delivered to either of the homes and those kinds of things. So staff very much appreciate that in these days of long hours and difficult times. We do continue to arrange those one-on-one visits. As I indicated last month, it can be as simple as a telephone call if a family member perhaps doesn't have internet access or isn't comfortable with it, or we can do, these Zoom kinds of things or FaceTime, etc. I do a regular update to residents and their substitute decision makers as we have new information. Usually the last couple of weeks, it's been at least weekly. And we always remind our families if they have any specific question about their loved one, they can call the nurse and we remind them of what that phone number is that they can reach the charge nurse 24/7. With respect to staffing, as you know, we had that one positive case at Miramichi Lodge and very relieved to know that it's been resolved. And in fact, we have been placed out of outbreak related to that. So again, continue to test staff as they have symptoms. And so far, there have been no other positive tests. Lots of directives coming from the province, and I'll touch on those more individually, number 3, but I just wanted to give you an update on the long-term care staff working for more than one employer. You will recall from last month that the warden and the CAO approved that we direct our staff to basically choose one employer, and that happened at the end of March. And very pleased to advise that 60% at the Manor and 55% at the Lodge chose our homes as their primary employer. So that was really helpful for those, 40% and 45% that didn't choose us. We were able to give those part-time staff up to full-time hours. So that has helped us with our staffing. And of course, the government did proclaim this as an order on April the 14th, and the link is there in your package, and it's since been extended until May 6th. We have our contingency plan in place, and so far we are coping. And I'll get into in number 3 more about other resources that we will have with respect to staffing. Still on the topic of staff, on the top of page 61, I also provide regular updates to staff. We share any information that comes out from the ministry that's relevant, as well with our occupational health and safety committees. They typically in normal times would meet once a month. Right now I've asked them to meet once a week just because the information's coming out so fast and furious. And our staff have lots of questions, and while we try to respond to them individually, the Health and Safety Committee is a great resource to do that as well. So number 3 talks about the updates and changes. So I've done them in a chronological order. I won't go into a lot of depth unless anyone has questions, but it just gives you a flavor for how often, and even though fortunately, again, we're not in outbreak, how we are consumed all day, every day with managing our new circumstances. So starting with April 8th, which was the Thursday before the Easter long weekend. And I should preface this with the ministry sends out these new directives usually around 10:30 or 11 p.m. at night. So your day starts with a brand new directive, and it was effective yesterday. So we always feel like we're in a bit of a catch-up mode. But certainly on April 8th, the decision to direct that all long-term care staff wear surgical masks at all times was very welcomed, and in fact something we would have done proactively weeks before. However, as I'm sure you're aware, there is a global shortage of much of PPE, and that includes the surgical masks. So we were unable to, at that point in time, secure enough to even get us through the long weekend. And we had our emergency control meeting on Good Friday, and the warden wrote a letter to the Premier and to Minister Elliott and Minister Fullerton. And by Saturday night, we had a phone call from the ministry ensuring us that supplies would be there. We also had an uptake from some of the vendors. So certainly the work of the federal government to secure some PPE resources was filtering its way down to some of the vendors as well. So just on that first bullet point, at this point in time, we seem to be in a fortunate position where we have an ongoing supply of surgical masks and really all the PPE at this point, except for N95s. However, there isn't a great need for N95s at this point in time in long-term care. The second bullet point speaks to the requirement to start testing everybody that comes into the home. So whether that's staff or families who meet the definition of an essential visitor, which is basically a resident who is actively dying, and they need to be screened twice daily, and the residents themselves as well. For the people that are coming into the home, if they don't pass the screening, obviously they can't come in. If it's our staff, we would swab them. If it's our residents, we would swab them as well. And as I indicated last month, that does include temperature checks as well. The next bullet point speaks to a change in the practice when a resident passes away. And it's understandable in terms of limiting people coming into the homes, but it's certainly an added stress, both physically and emotionally on our staff when a resident does pass away. The next bullet point on April 15th was the government's action plan, and that is definitely been our biggest document to date. And that was followed on the heels of a lot of political announcements that were coming out around Easter time in response to the tragedies that were happening in long-term care across Ontario. So you will recall that it started with, everybody in long-term care is going to be tested. The language has been reduced a little bit to more aggressive testing and increased testing because, of course, swabs and lab capacity continues to be an issue. Swabs less so than they originally were, but lab capacity, again, we're seeing the results, I would say, most times in about 48 hours, but it isn't certainly a 24-hour turnaround time. The link is there for that complete package, and there's been lots of follow-up that I'll touch on in a few minutes as a result of that action plan. I did want to let you know, though, under the general topic in our next bullet point of direction from the province, we get our information, continue from many sources, continue to meet with the health unit on a regular basis, a minimum of twice a week for long-term care specifically. And of course, having Dr. Cushman on our Emergency Operations Center and on the VTAC calls ensures that we get the latest information. And I would just like to echo at this point the warden's comments in her opening statements that, you know, how accessible Dr. Cushman has been. And it's just been an absolute pleasure to work with him. He's been very receptive and supportive to the risks that as we have identified them in long-term care. Advantage Ontario continues to have a daily Zoom meeting with all of the members, and they sit at tables every day with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Long-Term Care. So we often get a heads up on what's coming before it's officially released, and or inevitably there are many questions generated when an announcement comes out, and they're able to take those back and get those answered for us. So that's very helpful. Of course, we have our own SLT team meetings and our Emergency Operations Center. I meet daily with my management teams of both homes. And then there's always other scheduled meetings, but it is basically Zoom meeting from Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting. And, you know, lucky to answer a few emails in between there. The next bullet point speaks to the province's announcement that, and again, this was as a result of successful pressure from Advantage Ontario to free up all of the human resources that we possibly can. So we no longer have to allocate a number of resources to RIMDS. As you know, we do, it is our clinical assessment tool, and we'll continue to use it as that, but we do a lot of documentation just to you know, I think as our chair would say, facetiously prime what our funding is going to be based on the RIMDS when we know it gets re-indexed every year anyway. So nice to see that we're able to free up those staff to be frontline staff givers. So that was very appreciated. The next bullet point on page 62 is an updated memo from the Deputy Minister, again, with respect to this action plan. And it was more details on the hospitals assisting long-term cares and long-term care homes. So that first direction was that local hospitals were to reach out to their homes, and they have definitely done that. I've had very fulsome meetings with the RBH and the PRH, and very heartwarming, if I can use that word. Just to give you an example, RBH had told us that they had put the message out to their staff that should long-term care homes in their area need additional human resources, would there be staff interested in doing this? And, you know, within that same day, there were 20 people had put up their hand to volunteer to do that. So very nice, again, to see our community coming together. The last bullet point on page 62 speaks to the enhanced testing guidelines. The sub-bullet under there, no change in that. We've always were testing residents or staff as soon as they had a symptom. But what was changed is this idea of starting to do some surveillance testing. So what that means is that when you're not in a COVID outbreak, and you're testing people that don't, whether they're residents or staff, that do not have symptoms. So it's simply for surveillance testing in order to try to capture what we know is that some people are either pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic, and to get a better handle on that, because of course, if we had that knowledge, then we would be isolating those residents, and those staff would be isolated, obviously out of the home as well. And so the direction heading to the top of page 63 was for each health unit to look at prioritizing the risks within each of their long-term care homes within their region, and to look at utilizing available supports. And it was nice to see the community paramedics noted in that notice as well. So the latest from Dr. Cushman has been that our two homes are not a priority in terms of risk. So that's the good news. And at this point, he's comfortable in terms of lab capacity of doing about 150 to 200 swabs a day. So just to put that in perspective, for our two homes, we have 346 residents and almost 500 staff. So there would be 846 swabs if we were truly to test everybody. So, you know, it's definitely going to be a paced approach. And we look forward to the time when the health unit will be doing a site inspection at both of our homes, although Dr. Cushman did indicate some of them may be done virtually. But again, very helpful to be working so closely with them. And that pretty much captures everything that's in that next bullet point. So I will move on to item number 4, which is on the bottom of page 63. And before I get into the challenges, I just wanted to recap, you know, so everybody's clear, what are we doing in homes that are not in outbreak? So we continue to screen everybody twice a day, so residents, staff, and if anybody that came in. And if anybody has a symptom of COVID, then that's an automatic swab. We're also doing ongoing education and training as well as on-the-spot audits with our staff related to PPE, because it's been identified the donning and doffing, which is the taking on and removing of PPE, is one of the highest risk areas. It's easy to contaminate yourself or your regular clothes. And so our management staff and some of the RNs and RPNs are helping out in that regard. So that's going really well. We're continuing, flipping over to page 64, practicing physical distancing amongst our residents and staff where possible. Obviously, with personal care, that's excuse me, impossible. But at all other times, we try to meet that goal of the 2 meters apart. I mentioned the weekly joint occupational health and safety meetings and access and support to lots of expertise out there. So moving on to the challenges themselves, they seem to ebb and flow over the time. You know, PPE was one of them. And thanks to the warden's interventions, you know, that seems to be alleviated right now. The next one for us right now is what's called resident and staff cohorting. So we have directions through the multiple directives that we get from the province. And very clearly they say that, again, going back to my earlier statement, that if somebody has a resident has a symptom which qualifies which is a qualification to do a swab, you treat them as if they have COVID until that swab result comes back hopefully negative. So that means we have to have staff assigned to those staff staff assigned to those residents so that they're not working with the general resident population. So that's a challenge both human resource wise and physically, because each of our homes has 6 units. And so you could have a resident on 1 unit, or you could have them spread out, you know, 1 on each of the units. So that makes it really, really difficult to do. So we have long recognized, I'd say we're going on 2 weeks or more now, that this is a risk for long-term care. And Dr. Cushman has been very supportive of this. It's been a topic of a conversation amongst our emergency operation meetings, et cetera. And you will recall Dr. Sinha, the premier, many people speaking to this iron ring approach. If we truly want to keep COVID out of long-term care homes, we have to ask ourselves, how is it getting in? Well, one of the ways that it's getting in is that it was originally through hospital transfers. The government has stopped that. Another way is through community admissions into our homes. And so we at the staff level have recommended that those admissions be placed temporarily on hold to protect our residents as best we can, but also to provide that physical capacity in order to truly cohort sick or symptomatic residents with staff. And so we do have the wardens and the chief medical officer of health support on that. And you will see in the addendum that I have a resolution that I will move to in a second. So that's our first challenge. Our second one is in terms of the testing. And, you know, as I've said, we're getting a fair number of questions from families about, you know, when are you going to start testing everyone? So we are reiterating what Dr. Cushman has advised us, but it will be helpful for all of you as community leaders to know this in case you're getting those questions. And, you know, so that everybody's aware that we want to test everybody. There simply isn't the lab capacity there. And Dr. Cushman feels that we would be wasting the valuable resources of the swabs if we test them and they sit longer than the lab personnel can get to actually process them, then they're spoiled and it's all for naught. So again, back to, you know, his goal at this time is 150 to 200 per day, but he has not earmarked them for our homes as of yet. And I've already touched on the final bullet point on page 64 under PPE, but attached in your package is the letter, Appendix 1, from, and it's on page 67 from our warden, and again, very much appreciate it. And I've just outlined our process, and again, they are starting to come in now. The other thing I wanted to mention on PPE is we have been asked to start to think about conserving, in other words, using PPE more than once. However, that document very clearly says it's for future planning and not to be used in the clinical setting at this time. So we have not been reusing disposable PPE. And the final note is that the Premier has advised that if you are in dire needs, i.e. a day or less of supplies on hand, they will guarantee same-day delivery. We haven't been in that position, so I hope that's true for rural areas as well. Number 5 is preparation for positive resident results. I wanted you to know that considerable planning has and continues to continues to occur related to the chance that we would have a positive result. So as you're well aware, we have a very robust business continuity plan within our pandemic plan. I've also mentioned that our attending physicians have and are having proactive goals of care discussions with the resident if they're capable, or their substitute decision maker where applicable, with respect to treatment options that would be available in light of COVID-19. And just to reiterate, that if the resident or the substitute decision maker wanted the resident to be transferred to the hospital, we would respect that and we would certainly make that call. We have plans to create a mini isolation unit should we need to do that. And we did consult with our medical directors and Dr. Cushman in that. And we've also devised or developed a guide for our staff that provides all of the latest information together into one document. Item number 6 is an update on the funding announcements. Not really any news to give you at this point. Mr. Foss referred to the $75,000 that we received in the month of March. So that was $35,500 for each home. And then that is coming again in April. And then, as you know, through the province's action plan, long-term care homes were promised $88 million, but we have yet to see any details on that. And I do anticipate that the pandemic pay will come out of that. But again, we have received no information on that. The last item that I have before I move on to the addendum is National Volunteer Week. And while the CAO asked us to keep our reports to COVID related only, I did want to put this in because we would have been recognizing our volunteers this week as we speak. Actually last week, sorry, when it was National Volunteer Week. And of course we couldn't. We sent out a notice to all of them to let them know we're thinking about them. Many of them were reaching out to us, wondering how the residents and staff were doing. And so our rec staff very nicely prepared a video for our volunteers at each of the homes, and those links are attached there. But to suffice it to say that we're missing them more than ever. And then, Madam Warden, if I will move on to the addendum report, as it is related to most of the items that are in the body of the report. So item number 8 is really just a continuation of number 3. But as I said, we get these directives almost on a daily basis. So this latest one was received, or it was dated April 25th. So we probably received it the next day on the 26th. So just more information on how the other sectors have been directed to assist long-term care. And what I would say in a nutshell in number 8 is that while we had the local reach out from our hospitals, which is very much appreciated, item number 8 speaks to a much more formal process. And the Ontario Health is asking for hospitals and actually home care now as another sector to help long-term care to provide to them, they have regional leads, what their roster of staff would be. They want exact numbers and names and that kind of thing so that it's easy to access in the time of an emergency. And then number 9 is the information that came out on the weekend regarding pandemic pay for various staff, but includes frontline long-term care staff. We were very happy to see that. And while the notice said that it was effective immediately, the funding has not begun to flow yet on that. And then, Madam Chair and County Council, that moves into item number 10, which is a follow-up to item number 4 in your package. And the resolution is as follows. The County Council authorized the Warden to send a letter to the Honourable Mary Lee Fullerton, Minister of Long-Term Care, advising that the County of Renfrew Long-Term Care Homes, Bonashire Manor and Miramichi Lodge are implementing an immediate but temporary cessation of community admissions for the protection of our residents during the COVID pandemic. So the background, again, further to the information in item number 4, we have stopped the hospital transfers. It's obviously a risk. From where I sit, community transfer admissions are even a higher risk when you think of most people in a community before they come into long-term care have multiple family members and multiple community workers caring for them. So their bubble is usually quite big. In addition, as I've talked about, the delay in getting a swab. So even if a swab was done today and the admission is tomorrow, we still have to isolate them for 14 days. That's not a nice scenario for the new admission. If you can imagine dropping your loved one off at the front door because you're not allowed to come in, and their first impression of long-term care would be, here's your room now. We have to shut the door for 14 days and staff aren't allowed in without masks, goggles, face shields, gown and gloves. And again, the risk to our other residents, primarily because we don't have a lot, specifically at Bonashire Manor, we don't have a lot of private rooms. So people are being isolated in shared rooms, and often their roommate has dementia. And so when the staff are not present, there's great likelihood that the resident that they're living with is touching their items, which again, until that swab becomes negative, we have to treat them as if they could potentially be positive. So after many discussions, and again, Dr. Cushman has been incredibly supportive of this from day one. That is our recommendation, and it is not without thought and care and concern for those people in the community that should need long-term care at this time. And so we think that this is a great opportunity to fully impact VTAC and the community paramedicine program, where there could be a really virtual long-term care provided in the client's community home. And so with that, Madam Warden, I will end my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy. I think just because it's still very clear in our minds, the resolution that you've just read, I'd like to perhaps deal with that first. County Council will note that in your original report, it indicated that the letter was going to be sent on April the 24th. It was revised over the weekend, and it was a decision that I made on Monday to hold off until today. The position we're taking is going to have a significant impact on the residents of all of our municipalities, so I felt that it was best that we do it as a county council. So with that, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Any discussion? Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Warden. Is it possible through the community or the individual that wants to come to the long-term care that they could be taken to the hospital for their long-term care facility? I know Armpar's got a wing that we put the old timers in, we'll say, before they can get to the long-term care into Miramichi or Bonnechere. Have we made contact with them to see that could be our first line of defense? Thank you.
Ms. Sheedy, would you like to respond?
Sure, through you, Madam Warden, to Councillor Lynch. Yes, when we first were having these discussions, and as the Warden had indicated at the end of last week, I did reach out to both of our local hospitals, RVH and PRH, as well as still want to call them CCAC, but they're home and community care, to let them know that this is what we had been discussing with Dr. Cushman and that he was supportive of it. And so we know there is capacity in the hospitals, and certainly provincially we're hearing, they're only at 60%. So there is that as an option. And then as well as with CCAC, I don't have a firm response on whether they've actually seen a reduction in need at this point in time, because that to me doesn't make sense. But yet we're hearing provincially, and certainly through that latest directive, in the sectors that have been tapped to assist long-term care, in the case of an outbreak, it's not just hospitals, but it's also home care. So there is clearly some capacity across the province as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheedy. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, can you refresh my memory? How many people normally are admitted, if we do a yearly average to each home?
Madam Warden, through you to Councillor Emo, about 5 at each home on a monthly basis.
Good. Thank you.
Did you have anything else to add, Ms. Sheedy?
Sorry, I was going to say that, and that includes all admissions. Certainly, home and community care has indicated that they are focused on crisis admissions right now. So we have been having admissions over the last 2 months, but they have been less, but we have been certainly have experienced that. And I did want to just reinforce the paragraph that's in the letter that speaks to that the homes in consultation with Dr. Cushman would be open to making an exception. So, if for some reason, hospital isn't an option, or increased community resources, including virtual long-term care, isn't an option, then we would have those discussions with Dr. Cushman. And if we felt it was safe for our home and our residents, then we would give consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To Shelley, with negativity, if there was, I won't say an outbreak, but if just out of weirdness that a bunch of residents pass, i.e. 4 or 5 people, their rooms would be then empty. Could they be then turned into the isolation unit for that dementia guy, or would you consider having someone come in?
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Lynch. Yes, our rationale is really a two-pronged approach. One is because of the risk to the residents, first and foremost, but number 2 is to create that physical capacity, because as I indicated earlier, so for example, Bonashire Manor has 3 empty beds right now, but they're all over the facility. If we could, if we had more empty beds over time and we could consolidate them on one unit, then it would be much easier to cohort the symptomatic residents, again, until that test result comes back, with cohorted staff. Now, if we were to go into a true outbreak and, you know, God forbid what we've seen at other long-term care homes where, you know, it's upwards of 50% of their resident population test positive, you know, then we're looking at, you know, opening up Renfrew Rotary Hall and those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other further questions concerning the resolution? Councillor Donohue.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Not so much a question as a comment. I know that back some time ago, a couple of weeks ago, there was a column in the Globe and Mail that was not received, or rather that created concerns out in the community. A longtime health columnist at the Globe had put into a column that for those who could get their loved ones out of long-term care, now would be a good time. And it was ill-considered at the time and remains so. People that are in long-term care have essentially exhausted all of their ability to be able to cope with their issues at home, or for their loved ones to do so. So I am certainly cognizant of what this might mean out in the community. Certainly the 2 county homes are not the only long-term care homes, but certainly are the largest. So I know that this may create concern out in the community. I am very happy that and Ms. Sheedy drew everyone's attention back to it again. I think it's the second last paragraph in the addendum letter. As the operator of Bonashire Manor and Miramichi Lodge, the County of Renfrew remains open to considering an exception. And I think that has to be part of this, because each of us participating on this meeting may know people that have a single caregiver at home, and there is the potential for crisis here. Again, the beds at the lodge and the manor aren't the only beds in the community, but I think we do have to be sensitive to that. However, I'm going to be in support of this resolution, and the reason for that are multiple. The first is that certainly, I think nationwide, but certainly within the country, it is now recognized that there are kind of 2 epidemics going on, one in the larger community and one in long-term care homes. I would draw to Council's attention that on the provincial dashboard, where each day it's updated on the prior day's data, statistics, and I'm loath to use the term statistics because deaths, whether in the community or in long-term care, are loved ones. They are individuals that have lived lives, and it is terribly unfortunate and tragic. However, it is just a week ago today that dashboard, that the province has now separated long-term care as a separate reporting line. And just as of the 27th, because this data is always 24 hours old, I'll draw to Council's attention that in total, the deceased from COVID-19 in the province is 951. Again, this was as of Monday. Of that 951, 705 are long-term care residents. This has become the locus or epicenter, if you will, is in long-term care care or in the institutional settings where people have no choice but to be aggregating. The second component to that is the province itself has recognized that transfers from hospital into long-term cares are a potential vector to introduce COVID-19 into long-term care. So consistent with that, if it is inappropriate for them to come from hospital, then it is likewise, in my estimation, inappropriate for us to bring them into the community. And the purpose behind that is because my consideration, the utmost safety of the residents of our homes, but in addition to that, the safety of the staff of our long-term care homes are in front of me, and I am not prepared to compromise in any way in the face of the challenge that's in front of us. So while I recognize that this may create challenges out into the community, at this time it is certainly supportable.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, for your comments. Any other further comments on the recommendation? Councillor Emo. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry, I'm going to be supporting the motion as well. I recognize that, you know, we have a duty with the two long-term care homes to service our community, but at the same time, we've long promoted that the two long-term homes are communities in themselves, and we have to protect those two communities. I do note that you know, in the letter there is as noted, the point about reconsidering should there be some kind of an urgent need. And I also note the paragraph that talks about the virtual long-term care model that's being proposed using some of the community paramedics and stuff like that. So I think, you know, we're going to probably hear more of that in Chief Nolan's presentation, and I think that should serve as a suitable compromise. And again, you know, as noted earlier, some of the potential clients for long-term care could be housed in the hospital should their situation be that they can't remain in their homes. And so I think it's a responsible approach where we're guarding the safety and health of our local communities, and meaning the long-term care, and we're also serving the larger community by keeping this resource as safe as possible, but allowing emergencies to occur if necessary in terms of admission, but then also providing some care in the greater community. So I'm comfortable that we're making, you know, a good recommendation and a solid case for serving our community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Certainly it was a very difficult decision to come to, but it is the right one, I believe. Any other further discussion? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm in support as well. And although I imagine that this will not be a popular decision with everybody, I was going to reserve my remarks for the beginning of Ms. Sheedy's report. But when you, as Councillor Donahue pointed out, when you look at the strains in these long-term care homes, I don't think that we have much choice. I think it's remarkable that we've managed to have 0 confirmed cases of our residents. It's truly remarkable, and I think it is in part the decision of the leadership of you, Ms. Sheedy, and the warden and Mr. MOREAU to ensure that our nurses and PSWs didn't have 2 jobs at the same time. You made that decision very early on, and the City of Toronto did not do that, and we're seeing the effects of that. So, you know, I think it's truly remarkable that we are in this 0 cases for our residents right now, and let's keep it that way. It's not going to be popular, but I think it's the right thing to do. And I agree with Councillor Emo's remarks that, you know, the letter allows for some fluidity. Perhaps something will change in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I think that, we are doing this day by day. So I will be in support of this. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you, Mayor, very much, Councillor Murphy. And again, and Councillor Emo pointed it out as well. It's not that we're turning our backs on these individuals, that we are going to provide as much support as we can through VTAC. Councillor Donohue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I wanted to underscore that too. Of course, prior to falling into the world that we now inhabit, I do know that Chief Nolan, working collaboratively with Ms. Sheedy, had been making inroads with respect to the province and providing seniors support at home, long-term care at home initiatives. So I certainly wanted to underscore that it is not simply a matter of closing the doors to admissions in the long-term care homes, but also at commensurately with that, standing up a more robust support that can be delivered not just through VTAC, but also directly through the community paramedic program. As Council is certainly aware, we have been at the forefront, I think perhaps globally, with respect to delivering care out into the community in our rural and remote communities. So while it is certainly recognizing the challenge to the institution that is long-term care home, it is also standing up an enhanced and more robust support for those in the community.
All right. Thank you very much again for your comments, Councillor Donohue. Any other further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll begin with the start of Ms. Sheedy's report, and it is very detailed, but I think it's very important that all of Council and the community know how much work is going into her department. So under information, item number 1. Item number 2. Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. One of the good things about number 2 is the approximately 65 and 55% of the staff in the 2 respective homes chose us as their first employer. So that's good news. And I think those of us that have been around here some time know that one of our homes had some difficulties retaining staff. So I think that speaks to the change of the work environment, and it's a very positive development. So congratulations to Ms. Sheedy and her managers for promoting a better work environment, so that it made the choice easier for our staff.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other comments on item number 2? Number 3, the direction from the province. Number 4, the long-term care challenges. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm flipping all the way to the last bullet in number 4. Specifically the use of expired PPE. One of the things that we've learned from our fire department and our roads department is that some of the masks that they're saying are expired, the mask itself is not expired. What they're talking about is actually the elastic. And so what the province is saying is, like, don't get rid of them. You can still use them. It's not the mask itself that's expiring. But the reusable PPE, could I just, through you, Madam Warden, could I just ask Shelley or maybe the chief, what would that look like? What is reusable? Like, I would imagine that once you use it, if you reuse it, you'd be exposing yourself without a decontamination process.
Ms. Sheedy?
And that's exactly it. A couple of weeks ago, when we seemed to be in more of a crisis related to PPE, there was a lot of talk about autoclaving and some sort of, instrumentation where we could basically sterilize what is meant to be disposable equipment into reusable equipment. So I don't know much more than that. Perhaps the chief does, but certainly I just want to underscore, well, first to Councillor Murphy's point, yes, we have quite a bit of stock of expired masks on hand from SARS. So we're certainly not getting rid of those. We have those. And in fact, that's a backup plan if we ever run out of surgical masks. And expired PPE, an expired N95 can be used. But even if we did need to use N95s and they had expired, that is in the chronology of a contingency rather, although I would just underscore that at this point, they're still not considered acceptable and everyone's hoping we won't get to that point. But perhaps Chief, Nolan has more to say on the reuse of PPE. Thank you.
Chief Nolan, would you like to comment?
Sure, I'm happy to add to that. And thank you, Ms. Sheedy. So there are some very bright minds that have turned their attention towards this issue, including our own people at CNL, for example, who are looking at the application of radiation to sterilize. There are other organizations such as the Canadian Standards Association that are looking for international best practices. The hospital sector was asked weeks ago to put aside used stock in a secure way so that once they can identify a safe way of managing that it be available as a contingency to the contingency to the contingency. And there are some sectors that require N95s, and Ms. Sheedy has outlined that from a long-term care perspective. Certainly, as paramedics become sort of intimately involved in high-risk situations, we have a need as well in terms of the N95 availability, and it's clear that seems to be one of the most sought-after personal protective equipment items. So we have not been putting aside our used PPE at this time because there are also process and storage issues that are problematic in our environment. However, it does continue to be evaluated, and I hope that CNL or other highly intelligent folks that have an expertise in that area can come up with a local solution for us.
All right, thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Any other further comments on item number 4? Councillor Burrows, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, just when I look at the amount of challenges that our staff are facing and knowing that this is an incredibly difficult time, I think it goes without saying that our staff have done a fantastic job. And I just want to put that out there to SHELLEY and all of her team of workers that we are doing so well in Renfrew County when you look at some of the other challenges other parts of the province are having. So hats off to every one of you and congratulations on a great job.
Thank you very much for those comments. Any other comments for item number 4? Seeing none, item number 5. 6, the funding. 7, National Volunteer Week. It's very unfortunate. I know the volunteers are missing the residents and the residents are definitely missing the volunteers, but we will get to thanking them properly, hopefully in the months to come. Item number 8. Number 9. The report as a whole. Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the report of the long-term care department, please? Moved by Councillor Gill, seconded by Councillor Burrows. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we've been at this for almost 2 hours. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at, let's say, 5 to 11. Thank you. Next up will be Chief Nolan, Emergency Services Department report, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Warden. Are you comfortable if I do a share screen for my report, Madam Warden?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So for the Emergency Services Department report through you, Madam Warden, and also on behalf of Chair Donahue, I present a fairly brief information report, but the attached documents, both presentation and there is an addendum to the report, which is the letter referred to by the Warden in her opening remarks, is there for Council's review. As it pertains to information item number 1, I think that it's certainly worthy of highlighting that there's been considerable work done by the paramedic service and its partners, which constitute the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. And the intention, as I presented the last meeting related to this activity, is to ensure that the hospitals and the 911 paramedic resources are kept available for those who are most in need of that level of care. One of the things that we've been able to demonstrate through the VTAC line as well, though, is that by making available 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to primary care physicians, nurse practitioners, and community paramedics within the county, that we are able to adequately serve a significant portion of the population that is either not able to get a hold of their own primary care physician or team, or those who don't have one. And I think that that is an important consideration as to the current activities of the VTAC, but it also speaks very clearly to the outstanding needs, pandemic or not, within the county in terms of access to care. So we have heard from the emergency departments across the county that their volumes, while are starting to creep up, have remained quite low in terms of activity. Paramedic service, we have had a dip in the overall activity, but we know it takes longer to service each call. So the VTAC is supporting that as well by being available to paramedics to be able to meet the patient's needs in their own home and avoid a subsequent transport to hospitals. So as Shelley was speaking about different virtual ways of being able to service known vulnerable populations in the community, such as the potential for the VTAC and community paramedics to assist in a virtual long-term care model. We have also reached out to other special populations within the county, such as those who provide palliative care, those who provide emergency dental services, ophthalmology, and the list goes on. We also have the Renfrew Victoria Hospital supporting the VTAC with a group of emergency physicians who can assist for more complex or patients who we are intending to keep in their home and provide them either a higher or a longer duration of service with the pandemic before us. And of course, the standard messaging, which is the most important messaging, which is please stay home. We can assist people in managing their disease at home and keeping them out of hospital and from calling 911. So as we look to the services within the VTAC, certainly it's a 1-800 number that's available. We can now also offer video appointments. So if you were to call the VTAC line and let's say your complaint was related to a rash, certainly it's difficult to describe over the telephone. We can now send you a link and be able to open up the camera on your phone or on your computer and be able to have a look at that. For those patients that are not able to be served in their own home, a community paramedic can then go out, do a clinical assessment, and then collaborate with the primary care physician to be able to ensure that, for example, you had a prescription issued to you, phoned into a pharmacy, and so on. So it's actually a very robust service that is demonstrating its value 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At the last count, I believe we're well over 2,000 people served in Renfrew County. And that number is going up by about 75 to 100 a day, depending on the day of the week. So very pleased with the overall impact of that service. And many people have been saying, you know, how can we make sure that this service continues? How can we make sure that
this remains available to the population. So we're encouraging people to thank the province for being supportive of this model and to make them aware of the impact that it's had in terms of their care now and potentially going into the future. So that is some of the information that we're giving back to those who have wanted to thank us, but I think really the province has been funding this and endorsing this as a virtual assessment center. And as many of the assessment centers across the province are reducing in terms of their volume, there is a risk that this program may no longer exist, even potentially beyond COVID. So it's something to consider within your own communities and making sure that our elected officials at the provincial level are well aware of the value of the service within the county. As well as it pertains to the outbreak response teams, we've certainly stood up our capability to do in-home swabbing, to support the work of the VTAC and be able to remote monitor patients. But we also have, through our Sierra team, a capability on the road capable of managing high-risk transfers, but also being able to work very collaboratively with long-term care, retirement homes, or individuals who are at high risk and have high clinical needs compared to the average related to COVID. So we have set aside some ambulances that are completely plasticized. Most of the equipment or redundant equipment has been removed, and the paramedics have a higher level of personal protective equipment because the anticipation is that they will be in an aerosolized generating environment that is very enclosed and potentially for quite some time. So we have PAPR units, which are self-contained breathing units with HEPA filters, as well as you may see higher levels of personal protective equipment in terms of suits and so on. So we have been doing a number of calls with this unit already within the county, and that unit is also exercised with both the Pembroke Regional Hospital and the Renfrew Victoria Hospital, so that we have a good transfer of care strategy in place, knowing that the isopod, for example, which is that cocoon-like structure, presents both opportunities and challenges. You know, your cords have to be a little longer and so on and so on. And the mechanical ventilators that we have for transportation have been extra to that process. So thank you to the warden and council for your support of that and the team. And when the team is not doing these high-risk transfers, as in the case today, they're in long-term care homes and retirement homes, actively swabbing and helping us as a force multiplier across the county. In terms of innovation, certainly Carrie McGrath has been leading our communications with Mike Barber and his team. And in doing that, she's also reached out to all other paramedic services within the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus to get their stories, to identify best practices, partnerships, and be able to share that information as we go home. We also do have some academic undertakings ongoing. Chelsea Alanos, one of our paramedics, who is also a research assistant, is working out of my office to gather the data and the stories related to VTAC and the paramedic service as a whole. And we have a submission going into the Canadian Medical Association Journal today to be able to continue the work in gathering evidence and peer review. So I'm pleased to say that that work is ongoing, Madam Chair. So that is the basis of the report itself. I do have a quick presentation, hopefully a quick presentation for you in the appendices, Madam Warden, and there's also the addendum, which is the letter that you had penned on behalf of the County of Renfrew to the Premier as it pertains to the paramedic recognition and pay component. So I'm happy if you'd like to discuss that now, or if you'd like me to proceed through the appendices ES1.
Whatever you'd like. Let's do the appendices and then we'll go back.
Thank you. So we know when it comes to disaster management, which this is but a form of, there are three components that win or lose the day in terms of an organization's effectiveness of response, and those three are communications, coordination, and capacity building. So we have, and with the warden's guidance, stood up a robust communication strategy, which will be discussed at the point during today's meeting. But I think importantly, from a paramedic service perspective, as we've stood up the VTAC model, as you can see on the screen or on page 84, this model has been communicated, I think, in a very consistent, standardized way that is hopefully understandable to the majority of the population in terms of what their options are, what will happen when they call, and some of the other behavior changes that we're seeking from the public. So if we look to page 85, we've created an infographic in terms of talking to your friends and family about COVID. Mike Barber and the team, including the VTAC team, have been scouring social media to try and find out what questions people are asking and to be able to get ahead of those questions with some reliable information that puts our best foot forward as a county. So we've included the Renfrew County District Health Unit, Public Health Agency of Canada. So some information and links to get good information, but also the standardized messaging from across. So very pleased with this work. We've also provided some guidance in terms of when to call 911, what to expect once you've called 911, and what has changed in terms of our capacity, but also our stance as it relates to COVID. So by having paramedics coming and being dressed up for somebody who's having a heart attack, for example, may add to the stress, may add to the anxiety. So we want to make sure that as we standardize our practice, that we're doing it in a way that people would anticipate. Not different as well based on the activities related to testing itself. We've now been able to garner what the standard questions and concerns are. So we've been able to address those through this poster as well. And it's been appreciated locally, but it's also been replicated internationally. So the graphic designer that we've engaged in this side is working with paramedic services now and health systems around the world, taking the work that he's done and has started to add in their logos, of course, providing us credit for the work. But in doing that, we've been able to not only socialize, but normalize the community engagement component. And I think that's something that council should be very proud of, as I am, because I think as we win, if you will, the communication war of what is fact, what is fiction, what are reasonable expectations, I think that the work of Mike Barber, Carrie Lynn, and the team have done here and standardizing expectations has been second to none, frankly, in the world that I've seen. So kudos to them for doing this. Thank you to Cy for his assistance. And this is but part of a suite of visual infographics that have been created, and there are others within your report that you'll recognize that have been pulled together to be able to standardize our communication within the county. So as it pertains to Appendix ES1 within the report and page 88, a quick overview, and this is the standardized format that I used from the last time we met as County Council. And I just want to go over some basics. Unfortunately, the minute you write a number, it's wrong. So this was a snapshot in time once again, but just to give you a sense from late last week when the report was created. I know that we've moved off of the 14. Luckily, we've remained at the 1 death and that number hasn't increased in the same time period. But when we look at where we're at in the pandemic phase, the transition phase, the interpandemic phase, there's considerable work and conversation going on about what's next. The reality is, though, that while I think we're all becoming a little bit numb to what's going on around us, and there's a lot to celebrate about the community's compliance with isolating themselves and these ring concepts that Shelley's speaking about long-term care. I think there's also an opportunity here to reinforce the fact that we're not anywhere near out of the woods. Really what we just keep doing is moving from phase to phase, not necessarily stage to stage. So it's not necessarily a progression so much as a moving around the issues from our perspective. So PPE comes and goes, the messaging will come and go, but I fully anticipate that we will have hotspots as there is the work that's going on right now through identifying cases and being able to mitigate the impact of increased numbers, not only within the county, but around us. And I think we can see that from Quebec, we can see that from other jurisdictions, and we need to learn from those that are ahead of us and behind us in this experience. So if we look to New Zealand, for example, they're wrestling with a number of issues as it relates to reopening society. but we're also seeing in other jurisdictions that have reopened major spikes in incidents and cases. So we need to be very cautious about that as we go forward. A quick reminder that from an incident management system perspective, we have a considerable number of staff that are working on this, and thank you to the other departments that have assisted in lending us staff. But to do this in a systematic way, we've aligned not only our activities, but also our structure to match that of other organizations. And we've been encouraging across the health system, wherever possible, an increased level of coordination to be able to do that. So first and foremost is communication. Secondly, it's about coordination and knowing who others are within the system and being able to work with them. Case in point, the creation of a logistics table county-wide to be able to articulate with the regional logistics tables, to be able to share information and as well share supplies. When we look at the liaison role, that's much of the work that I had spoken to about communication and as well working across municipalities and across Eastern Ontario. I can tell you that we were among the first to engage in community-based swabbing, to work very closely with long-term care and as well Minister Fullerton and her sector right across the region in long-term care to be able to engage them. Liaison work has been unbelievably busy, and as Shelley indicated earlier about Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting, and while you're doing that, you're trying to get the hundreds of emails that are plowing in done at the same time, and I'm sure all of you are in that situation right now. But when we look at what's going on around us, we want to collaborate. We want to do that by design, not by default, and as well build partnerships so that we've got both trust and free-flowing information. And I can say that public health is a very good example of an organization that has done an exceptional job in terms of being available for information. And our reciprocation of that is to ensure that they have what they need from us, boots on the ground, to do the swabbing, to do the case identification collaboratively for those that do and do not require a swab, and to do that right across the sector. And I want to define that sector for you because we started off by going home to home, which we've continued to do. We layered in some drive-through options for clusters of cases that were identified. And now we're very active in both retirement homes and long-term care with those same staff that are still now available for the community paramedic clients, for the VTAC clients that have continued, the home-to-home swabbing, the drive-through swabbing, and now in long-term care. So we've had to remain quite malleable or flexible in our design as COVID and the challenges have continued to mount. When we look at that from a safety officer perspective, obviously it's a very dynamic situation with shortages of some PPE, differences in types of PPE, and all you need to do is change one number in the serial number of an N95 mask, an 1870 versus 1872 or a plus, and all of a sudden everybody needs to be fit tested again, and we start all over. So it's actually a very technical process from a health and safety perspective, but staff have been exceptionally good to work with to be able to kind of roll with it. And we've been also engaging our health and safety team and our union in doing that. And they've been exceptional in terms of sharing information and trying to get ahead of issues with us. From an information officer perspective, we have a communication strategy sort of as a whole that we continue to work on. And we're also developing a photo essay series so that we can share information, as you recall, as we did through the flooding. And so that people can remember that, these numbers that are on charts and graphs are real life people. And for every time somebody dies and becomes a number on that chart or graph, there are 10 or 20 or 100 people that are grieving, that are worried, that may be contacted for contact tracing and so on. So I think that that's a really important thing that we not only learn, but we record and be able to share that information back as we go. So I'm very pleased with the work that's going on there. The graphics, I think, have been a big boost. So if there's anything that you can do locally to be able to share this information, it is most appreciated. And a big shout out to the hospitals and Shelley's group by sharing information amongst their resident populations, families, and other groups. So when you look at the branding associated with it, we've attempted to be as consistent as possible.
across the system. And you can see on the left-hand side of my screen, there was a very good graphic that was created, and we've credited Fraser Health from British Columbia for much of the concept there, and others are now crediting us for the things that we've developed that are unique to us. We're also socializing the concept of the virtual triage and assessment center as no longer just being a Renfrew County solution, but there are other jurisdictions across the Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus that are interested in picking up, as well with the City of Ottawa, on looking to adopt or adapt what we have done for their jurisdictions. And I think that that's very important. When we designed this in the first place, we did it in a way that made it reproducible and scalable. And we have a robust data team with the assistance of Algonquin College in gathering the data so that we can continue to learn, but also be able to share the successes and the metrics associated with these operations. So when we look at frontline operations on page 95 of your package, the outbreak response teams, which I've spoken to from a paramedic service perspective, meaning the CRO team and the community paramedic response units, are also complemented obviously by the 911 frontline paramedics. But this is where the hospitals have done an exceptional job with public health of reaching out to long-term care and offering their assistance. So if and when we end up in outbreak and staff are no longer available in the numbers that they were previously, the hospitals have worked that through with their local long-term care and retirement homes to be able to augment some of that staffing. And we certainly see a role for paramedics, whether that be in the management of acute care patients in situ or within the home, or assisting in the management of a palliative approach to care, for example. So while we're in there today, testing, swabbing, and assessing patients with the very capable staff in long-term care and supporting retirement homes and their staffing, I think there's an opportunity here for frontline operations to be recognized for the fact that on a day-to-day basis, they continue to do 911 calls with a heightened sense of awareness, with a very different stance in terms of the PPE requirements. And while at the outset we saw kind of a precipitous drop in the number of 911 calls, we're seeing that number creeping up. And that's not to say that they're inappropriate 911 calls. We're managing many of those with the assistance of the VTAC, and in some cases, the Regional Paramedic Program of the Eastern Ontario Physician Group for assistance. But what we are seeing is an increased number of trauma cases, ATV crashes, and other activities that could be perceived as higher risk within the community. So we need to be very conscious of that as trails open up and as activity opens up. There are, I think, unintended consequences and likely some messaging that will need to go along with that so that paramedics aren't unnecessarily managing things that should have been preventable in the first place. That just drains our PPE and drains our resources, and something that we need to be very conscious of. When we look at the frontline commander role, we have frontline commanders who 24 hours a day, 7 days a week are supporting their crews. We also now do 2 video Zoom-based batch starts, one at 7:30 in the morning, one at 7:30 at night for our coming and going crews. That's been instrumental in increasing their awareness of what's going on, but also in uplining issues from the front line. In terms of a CR team, there's an example there for you of one of the ambulances that our public works mechanic assisted with. In being able to completely isolate that cab, that decreases our turnaround time for decontamination, increases our availability to the community, and allows us to be able to better manage patients. So you can imagine the nooks and crannies in an ambulance in the traditional design. I've long argued that it's really not an infectious disease friendly environment with all the trays and the cupboards and so on, but there is a ministry requirement for equipment standards that we have altered our position on, and we're going with essential equipment to be able to manage the patients in a very methodical way. When we look at the planning activities, certainly peer support and Dr. Gray have been very active in terms of supporting staff. Excuse me for 1 second. And in doing that, Dr. Gray
has been providing advice to the peer support team, which is working with our frontline team. So that activity is going on. Certainly the anxiety associated with doing 911 response and the other activities that we're engaged in require, I think, a heightened level of support for our frontline staff, and we've been engaged in that quite consistently. We've also been able to use the tools associated with the CR team and increased risk, such as mechanical ventilators and so on, that allow us to do a better job with our partners in the hospitals to be able to manage those acute care cases. I think it's important that when I highlight that work of the CR team, people might look at the public health numbers and say, there's not a lot going on. We know that we are doing now hundreds of swabs in homes across the county with public health, and that activity has just spooled up this week. So our getting ahead of that, knowing the directives that were coming from the province, I think are aiding in our readiness, and that's the part of the capacity component that I spoke to earlier about making sure that we have some nimbleness and flexibility to be able to ebb and flow with the needs at the time. When we look at that in the CR team context, if we do get an outbreak situation, for example, the provincial rule is that everybody in that home will then be swabbed. That is a significant kind of full court press to share from the sporting world. But when we look at what that means a lot of people getting swabbed in a short amount of time to get a consistent snapshot of what's going on. And if you look to the experience in long-term care outside of the county, then that may also result in a number of people becoming sick very quickly en masse. So these are the things that we need to be thinking about. So this is simply a reminder in terms of where we're at in this experience, and that it's entirely possible that if we resume society in an uncontrolled way in terms of how we get back to close contact, how we get back to the movements of society, then that will likely, if you look to Spain and Italy and other jurisdictions, create a secondary issue that, again, we need to be ahead of. From a finance perspective, and to Councillor Hunt's point, we are tracking all of our costs separately, and I am working very closely with the province to draw in as much offsetting revenue associated with that in our planning and in design. I don't anticipate that the province will be covering everything at 100%. We have been asked by Emergency Health Services Branch to track separately and be able to report on. However, many of the activities related to the VTAC Center and the paramedic swabbing activities have gone in under the premise that the province will be covering that at 100%. So that's through the hospital-based system, and 50-50 is not a typical funding formula on that side. So we're managing both where we can the risks associated with cost, but also trying to mitigate that in terms of right-sizing the organization to retain the capacity and be nimble. And I think a good example of that is the conversation that was had previously about how could we support a virtual long-term care process as well. And I think that the letter that was discussed earlier is a great example of where we know that people that may not be able to go into long-term care, because a wait list to long-term care is nothing new to Renfrew County, but we know that there are people in the community living with unmet needs. And that's a typical stance of our regular community paramedics, trying to figure out who they are and how to help them. If we can do that in collaboration with Minister Fullerton and long-term care in a way that is both policy endorsed and potentially funded by that ministry, I think that gives us significant leverage to be able to make sure that nobody is left behind in Renfrew County. Right now, we're kind of hotspotting it where the issues are going. I think Shelley's proposal is one that is very well thought through, and one that, from a staffing perspective, as long as we have a little bit of lead time, and in our world that's days to weeks maximum, that allows us to be able to shift and meet those needs, and then be able to track those finance and administration consequences at the same time. When we look at logistics, certainly the challenges, I think, are ever present. One of the things that isn't talked about widely is shortage of supplies for medications, for example. So we've gone ahead and put in significant orders for our medication requirements, because these things tend to ebb and flow in availability. We've also been working on new respirators, ones that have just a disposable filter, and in some cases a reusable filter, but that they're personal issue masks. So that is part of what we've been managing, and in collaboration with the Special Operations Unit from Nova Scotia, who has had these in play now for a few weeks. QP and our health and safety group are assisting us with that. We do now have a logistics group set up for the county, and William Willard of Deep River Hospital was good enough to step up to be able to lead that. So that aligns very closely with the work that we have been doing in terms of our incident command structure, but leaning heavily on the collaboration side, and recognizing that it's difficult to have a command and control model where you have a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional response. So as you can see in this graphic, we are tracking our PPE inventory, our PPE burn rate, and being able to manage our stock. In doing that, we know that N95s are hard to come by. Our staff are doing an excellent job of using surgical masks wherever possible. We are managing a culture change on that issue simultaneously. And we have been able to source as well reusable products such as face shields that the paramedics can disinfect between calls. So we're very pleased with that work, and Frank McGregor has been doing an excellent job with his team of managing that. In terms of the Community Paramedic Response Unit, we have been, as I said previously, responding in field. We now know that, again, these numbers are about a week old. So our swabbing collection and our assessment completed continue to be refreshed on a day-to-day basis. But again, standing up the response teams to be able to deal with the surge capacity is instrumental in terms of our ability to meet the needs that are coming at us. For my chair, who loves his numbers, one of the day-to-day calculations here related to the response unit. So the things that we're tracking are how many assessments are being done, how many visits between certain hours, who's been referred by public health, who's been referred by the VTAC line, and these numbers continue to escalate. And we're trying to be as consistent as we can, not only in what we're using, but also what we're not using and what we have available. So you can see that we've picked up the available swabs by the end of the day, and also looking at transports to hospital. We want that number to remain very low because we want to be able to keep people in their homes as long as possible. So you can see we're literally at ones and zeros in terms of the number of people that have come through the VTAC line or the community paramedic line that we've had to subsequently transport to hospital. So that's a very, very good reflection that we're serving the right population and giving them what they need to stay at home safely. So when we look at that experience from our residents' perspective, we're now over 2,000 people. This is a week old. We're looking at how people come into the VTAC, but I think most importantly, as we see here in the quote, thanks to the support of the VTAC, my client avoided an unnecessary emergency department taxi ride and many hours in a waiting room. And I think that that's really important that people get the word out in terms of their experience. So we're seeking that type of feedback. We also have these cards that are being handed out across the county and posters that are going up. So by all means, if this is something that you can put up in your municipal halls or anywhere in your community that you think people will be, such as businesses that are open, pharmacies, grocery stores, we'd certainly encourage that as possible. And I know Public Works has been working with us to try and get some roadside signage up for those that are coming and going within the community so that they're well aware that this service is available 24/7. We've also differentiated in terms of the awareness around paramedics, so primary care, advanced care, community paramedics, and what the differences are. We have a number of threats that are outstanding in terms of critical infrastructure. You know, if the internet didn't work today, we wouldn't be able to have this type of meeting. There's ongoing financial pressures and some ambiguity from the province in terms of what will and will not be funded. And as well, I think legislative and regulatory barriers seem to be a little bit elusive. We've asked for some things with the province that haven't come to fruition that I think we need to keep an eye on. But Council has been incredibly supportive, and thank you, Madam Warden, for your support in advocating on those issues and other issues like the one referred to yesterday about the pandemic recognition and pay issue. Have seen some movement thanks to many people, many organizations, the unions, and so on, and as well other ministers. When we look at the impact on the paramedics' role in supporting long-term care,
not only the sector with SHELLEY, her leadership, and the others, but also the Ministry of Long-Term Care has been very supportive, including the Minister herself, to be able to understand what the needs and opportunities are. John Yakubuski has been exceptionally supportive as well, and the Ministry of Health is doing their level best to get communication out in a way. But we have a great opportunity here to be able to change the way that we support our community and do it in a way that is financially responsible, but also present where people should be, which is at home. Thank you, Madam Warden. There is the other letter if you'd like me to speak to the addendum, or happy to answer any questions.
All right, you may as well finish up with the addendum.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So the addendum, that document was provided to Council more recently. And effectively, it's a letter from the Warden to the Premier asking that paramedics be recognized for their work in the community, and also specifically in long-term care and retirement homes supporting that sector. Minister of Long-Term Care, it's my understanding, was quite supportive of PSWs and others that were supporting care in long-term care. I think that list through Health and Treasury evolved, and for whatever reason, paramedics were not on it. I'm very happy to say that the Warden's support, the letter that's included in the addendum, as well as the support of John Yakubuski and others, I'm sure Minister Fullerton and other ministers that are aware of the role of paramedics, were able to support that work, because it's nowhere near over from our perspective. Late yesterday, the Minister of Health and the Treasury Board Minister also came back with a reply to say that paramedics would now be added, as would public health nurses. And I think that that's important for Councillor Wisniewski, that those staff directly related to the County of Renfrew are included. In no way were the efforts to diminish the very important role of the people that were already on the list. But this is a significant sign that the province not only acknowledges, but respects the work that frontline healthcare providers are doing. And I'd just like to thank, again, the Warden, Minister Yakubuski, and all of the people that stood behind this campaign to have them included. And I know the paramedics and our union is also very thankful of that, and did their share in trying to get this issue resolved.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Certainly, and thank you for taking over the screen. I think it was very important that the people who, in the public who are watching today, were able to see the slides that you're referring to. So I'll go back to the beginning of your report. Any questions or comments under item number 1? Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. It's not so much a question as a comment. I think the success of the virtual clinic certainly should spark discussions amongst those that are hoping to provide the enhanced family health team model that we were all worried about when there were 4 or 5 parties wanting to do it. I think I'm hoping they're taking this information. I was glad to hear, Chief Nolan, that you're doing a paper and research on this, because I think it's going to be a very valuable insight into the future of delivering medicine, large medicine to our community and rural communities. So I'm really hopeful that this it's been very good for us and our community in this instance, but I think the model can be expanded, and I'm hoping that the provincial government's paying attention.
Thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Emo. You're absolutely correct. Councillor Sweet, please. Councillor Sweet, can you unmute yourself, please? No? Oh, there you go. Good now.
Am I on?
You are.
So I owe somebody $100. Anyway, thank you, and to either Shelley and to Mike and through you, Warden. I certainly agree with. It's more of a comment at this point, and then a bit of a question. I agree. We can't take our foot off the gas pedal at all. If we have to continue to get and try to get back to a quality of life here, we're far from out of the woods. So hats off to all of the first responders and to Shelley and to Mike. But I don't disagree that we have to continue with the restrictions that have been placed on us, social distancing, hand washing, and all the rest of it. But it seems to me that one of the things that I hear all the time, and that is about testing, and Mike spent quite a bit of time on this testing situation. Shelley alluded to this, and I just need to have some sort of clarity on this situation, because I've not heard this being talked about anywhere. Shelley talked about not being able to, perhaps, if required, to take 853 samples of all of the staff and all of the residents of our homes, primarily because once those tests have been taken, the swabs have been taken, they're sent off to labs. And I think Shelley indicated, and maybe Mike, you could clarify this, that there could be a situation where that test would become obsolete because of the dates and the timelines it takes to test that sample. I have not heard that. I didn't know there was, and I hate to use this term, a best before date in order to get the results. Is that the case, and what is the timelines from the time you take a sample to actually getting it tested? And is it a week, 10 days, 2 weeks? Then it becomes, for the want of a better expression, obsolete. I haven't heard that from Dr. Tam, Dr. Fauci, or anybody, that there is a situation whereby that if you take that test, there is only a certain timeline in order to get the results back. Can someone clarify that for me? Because I haven't heard that.
Okay, who would like to respond, Ms. Sheedy or Chief Nolan?
Sure, Madam Chair, I can start it off through you to Councillor Sweet. I don't know offhand what it is, but that's certainly what Dr. Cushman has indicated to us. We can find that out, though, and get back to you. I know his other concern compounded with that is just that during that time, you are treating someone as if they are positive, and all of the how can I say it? Just the added pressures that go into that, which again, we're always hoping that it is going to be negative, but we do treat them as they're positive. But we can find that out unless Chief Nolan knows that offhand. Thank you.
Chief Nolan.
I would certainly echo Shelley's comments, Madam Warden. There is an imprecise science associated with COVID kind of all over the place. So part of it is related to not only the amount of time that it has to sit in solution, if you will, for its validity, but that doesn't mean that if it's taken 5 days to get someone's test results back to them, that it wasn't taken within a certain amount of time, and that it's the results that have taken the time. So I don't want to create any concern. I think Dr. Cushman is likely, or the lab is likely to best answer this question for you with technical detail, but I'm guessing that the answer is not going to be altogether all that different. The goal right now, as we're surging on swabbing, is to not only acquire the sample, also get it tested in a short amount of time, but then look at a population as a whole within a home at the same time. So we don't want to overload the system, but at the same time, we need to have high reliability in the results. And I think, anything in healthcare has a shelf life, and I don't know exactly what that translates into. Remembering we're doing a number of different types of swabs. We're doing oral swabs, nasal swabs, different types of solution, and with different labs. So they're working that process.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Sweet, did you get your answer?
Yeah, well, it seems to me that one of the criteria for opening up the economies is the ability to test. That's one thing to test, but it is to get the results back that would give our leaders the satisfaction or the information that would allow them to move forward in opening up the economy. Testing, it seems, is one of the key components of getting back to normal. That's why I asked that question. So Perhaps it's nothing, but if it has only a shelf life of 5 weeks or 5 days, I should say, and there's a backlog coming out of the labs to do that, then we're getting kind of a false impression that these tests are negative, when in fact some of these tests are not even getting put through the system. That was my concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I saw Councillor Donohue's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly, deferring to Ms. Sheedy's comments, I believe on one of the Emergency Operations Center calls that Dr. Cushman had given a figure of 72 hours of shelf life from the time a swab was taken until the time the testing was done. But I am very sensitive to the same thing that Councillor Sweet has brought forward. I'm sure all of Council has had now an opportunity to review the framework for reopening the province, which just came out, earlier. I'm not sure if that was Monday or Friday. We seem to condense about a month into each day now. However, it's a 13-page document. It's a very general document. Nonetheless, in there were a couple of things that stood out to me. One was that they anticipate that this will be a 3-phase process. And that within each phase, it will be something between 2 and 4 weeks. And I anticipate it will be much more towards the latter than the former. But certainly at the component of moving from stage 2 or phase 2 into stage 3, as Councillor Sweet has indicated, there is a significant expectation of significantly ramping up 2 components, both the testing, but also to have a very aggressive contact tracing. So, from what I have been understanding in various vectors that I've been gathering some information, really what we've been doing in our physical distancing is we've been removing the fuel for COVID-19. We've removed the opportunity for it to transmit, or certainly diminished greatly the opportunity for transmission within our community. The next step in doing that is to identify those that are infected and those that have come in contact. And again, from Dr. Cushman, indication is that if you are not getting the results within 24 hours, it is incredibly difficult to have a comprehensive tracing, whereby the person that is positive, we can trace, investigate all of those that they may have come in contact and trace them back. So that's vitally important. Within the framework for reopening the province has indicated to move out of stage 2 into stage 3, that 90% of positive cases we must be in a position human resource-wise, that we can do those follow-ups on 90% of those cases within 24 hours. That's going to significantly require ramping up 2 things, the human resource staffing to do that, but also, of course, the testing. I will certainly commend the province. All of Council, I'm sure, will recall the Premier expressing significant frustration at the fairly diminished level of testing late in March, early April, and had suggested by mid-April that we should be at 8,000 cases, tests per day, and that late in the month that should almost double. So certainly we are on track for that. By the middle of April, it was in excess of 8,000 cases, tests per day that were being run consistently on the provincial dashboard that's available to all of Council and those who may be watching on YouTube, publicly available through the Ministry of Health's web page, the dashboard. We are now routinely in excess of 12,000 tests being completed per day. That does have to significantly increase for us to meet those threshold targets that we are capable of containing the transmission through testing, tracking, and tracing, as opposed to simply removing ourselves to physical distancing. So it is certainly a valid question, and it is front and center for me as well. Hopefully that has provided you some context as to what the testing conversation is.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Donohue. Is there any other comments on item number 1? Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To Chief Nolan, you mentioned the cluster of swabs, is there a schedule of where you're clustering? And the second question was when you were mentioning signage. The Algonquin Trail for the four-wheelers is open on the 1st of May, and we got a pile of these guys that could read or take advantage of that sign. Thank you.
Chief Noel,
thank
please.
you. Thank you, Madam Warden. So yes, there is a schedule that my staff have worked on with the health unit. I can check with the health unit in terms of the release of that because it is quite a fluid document back and forth. But when I say clustering, for example, to a retirement home and a long-term care home in Barry's Bay, for example, our intention is to do them simultaneously and then be able to move to a place such as Cobden or Renfrew or Pembroke so that we can try and keep it as tight logistically as possible. So if there's an interest, we can certainly ask the health unit to provide the schedule. But again, these are quickly moving targets. All it's going to take is one positive in one center, and the whole schedule will be out the window, and we'll be in outbreak mode with that facility. On the second issue, I'm certainly happy to have Lee or Paul or someone else speak to the trail signage. I guess Craig as well, being the trail guy. But I know that there has been some signage already placed on the trail, so thank you to Craig and his staff for that. But I think that there's likely a need to have portable signage that is nimble. It doesn't require the sign shop to be able to go out and hammer it up and get it down, because I think that from a communications perspective, again, being most organizations' Achilles heel, those are the opportunities we need to leverage. There have been other suggestions about working with the school boards and their signs, MTO and their signs, but I think the trails present a unique opportunity to make sure that we get our word out. So Madam Warden, I'm not sure whether Paul, Lee, or Craig would like to respond further.
Thank you very much, Chief Noel. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to CAO MOREAU, please.
Thank you for that, Warden. With respect to the signs on the trails, that was raised at our last EOC meeting, and I know Mike Barber is working with Craig's folks to look at the opportunity to have sales signs placed throughout the trail that talks about appropriate physical distancing and continuing to utilize the trail, but again, make sure that people take the necessary precautions. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Warden. Actually, my comment was going to be on Chief Nolan's report. So perhaps when we've gone through all the other items, I'll save my comment for at the end of his report. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. So any other comments or questions on item number 1? Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Warden. Chief Nolan, just curious overall in terms of, and I note, I'm glad to see that peer support and Dr. Gray are being utilized. Overall, should we be concerned about the, for lack of a better description, wear and tear on staff, in frontline staff, and including management staff? And do we have a backup plan to assist them and assist to ensure that we keep delivering the services that we're delivering today? And I note that especially when in the letter we talked about standing up more resources or more support for people in home instead of admitting to the 2 long-term care homes.
Chief Nolan, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So, yeah, I can say the thing that keeps me up at night is concern for staff. I think that they're doing an exceptional job in uncertain times. So we're doing everything we can to communicate again with them as much as possible to receive their feedback and be nimble in terms of our responsiveness to their needs. We've attempted to recognize and communicate them both internally and externally, and everything that you can do as a council to lend to that support, I think keeps them motivated, buoyed in terms of their want to come to work and want to continue to work in these uncertain times. And I'm sure that's the same for all departments in the county, because there are varying levels of risk associated with our roles. SHELLEY's staff is an easy example, but Laura's staff and others are still managing in the community, as are many local businesses. So Should we be concerned? Yeah, I am concerned, and I'll continue to be concerned, but I'll also be motivated to be able to find ways such as peer support and Dr. Gray's assistance. We're keeping a close eye on staff. And again, I think communication is key with them to make sure that they're feeling supported and are supported. The union's been doing an excellent job hand in glove with us to raise issues, to solve issues, and to communicate back to staff. We have begun a hiring process to be able to onboard other staff should we end up having to isolate staff. And I think a good example of some of the activities we've undertaken with the warden and Paul's support is, we have secured with property and development hotel rooms in the county for staff. So if a staff member comes down, for example, with a fever or any symptoms on shift, we are asking them to isolate at one of these hotels until we can get their test results back. So we'll go in, we'll do the swabbing, we'll provide them the necessaries to be able to stay there safely and peer support as a follow-up phone call. But I think those seemingly small actions have been recognized as being supportive, recognizing that we're asking them to do extraordinary things in extraordinary times. So between motions such as that, the support that all of you can provide and the public outpouring of support has been helpful. Recognizing that their families are equally impacted by having these people coming and going from their bubble. So we're conscious of that. There have been other campaigns such as the Daffodil campaign that you may be aware of, where we've encouraged them to be giving back at the same time. And interestingly, with the pandemic appreciation and fund, a number of our staff have committed to donating those proceeds to local charities and local businesses as a thank you back to the community. So I think those seemingly small things, the donations from Instant Pot and other organizations in the county, keep them motivated, and just the waves and the thank yous that they see every day, I think are good. When it comes to the hard facts of how is this going to look afterwards in terms of our ability to normalize both the emotional, physical, and operational needs of the service, that will yet to be seen. But the front of mind issue for us and the command group and the union and everybody is to make sure that on a day-to-day basis, we're keeping track of people, we're making sure they have answers and thanking them for the work that they do. And really it's what we should be doing every day, just maybe a little bit on steroids right now, because the work they're doing is so valuable to all of us.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Any other further comments on item number 1? Seeing none, on the addendum. Thank you. On the report as a whole, Councillor Peckett.
Thank you very much, Warden. I just want to say, make a comment about the work that everyone in Renfrew County especially has stepped up and come forward with. I think that is what Renfrew County residents do. We help each other, and listening to the ongoing work and hardships that our staff and everyone has gone through. You can't really say enough about the residents of Renfrew County, but and Chief Nolan, his remarks about on the list for Ontario, that paramedics were not on that list as being recognized, which was, I'm hoping, just a very small oversight. But there's also one other group of people in Renfrew County that has been there and is ready to help and has been helping throughout Ontario and other parts of Canada. And I certainly don't want us to forget the valuable resource and help that the military at Garrison Petawawa and their medical folks have provided for not only Ontario, but other areas of the country. So I'm hoping that Ontario, if that is not on the list of people to be recognized, I feel it should be. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peckett, for those comments. And certainly the military are very, very important to us, and they are part of our Emergency Operations Center meetings as well. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to touch on the chief's presentation. I echo your remarks. I think it was very valuable to have him share his screen so that the public that's following us can follow along. Chief, could we have a hyperlink to each of our websites, and can the numbers be updated? I know this is not a great ask, but I mean, from the time you did this to now, the cases are more than 3,000 more. So I'm just wondering if, if people aren't going to the Ontario website, if they could go to our websites or the county website.
Chief Nolan, is that possible?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, through you, Madam Warden, I'd be happy to work with Mike Barber in terms of how we best communicate the timeliness of the information. And that was my intention. I know you all have the report, but not everybody watching does. So and we're big on pictures. So I just want to make sure that everybody had that information. So I'll look to the CEO and our communications section to help with that. And I'd be happy to share it. Timeliness is a difficult thing. I have to say it's been a bit of a ghost to be able to maintain currency, especially something as simple as a council report that goes out the week before. So we'll sort that out.
Understood. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. You'd mentioned in your presentation about and a great presentation about some of the graphics in poster. Is there a way that we can get some of these, excuse me, as posters to order them? I'm thinking specifically of page 85, I think. Sorry, yes, page 85. That one, the social distancing one, or the physical distancing one, talking to your friends and family. So is there a point of contact to get some of these made up?
Yes, and thank you. I'll work with Mike Barber and that team. There is a Renfrew County VTAC website, which is rcvtac.ca, and I'll make sure that they're posted there. But we can also put them in a appendix-friendly version to this report, and be able to share that out to everyone so that you can download them individually and get those out in the community. We did do a print run in the early days, and then the hospitals had asked for a print run. So we've sent them out as PDF, and people can tend to get them out more quickly just by printing them and posting them in their local municipalities. And all of them are also available through our Twitter feed. If you need to grab and retweet, there's a considerable amount of those products available there, but we'll get them out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other further comments or questions on Chief Nolan's report? Councillor Reinwald. Councillor Reinwald, your mic is not on. No, there you go. No, you're off again. Sorry, sir. There you go.
I double clicked. Sorry about that. First of all, I wanted to mention with this three-phased approach that Mr. Ford was talking about, and Chief Nolan, you had alluded to, that to expect a spike. And I just wanted to point out that I was talking to a cousin of mine who lives down in the Minden area, and I was asking him about what sort of cases they had there, if they had any at all. And he said they had 0 cases until the cottagers came back uninvited. So people are going to start moving. Councillor Grills had brought this up at the meeting that with the Deep River District Hospital, and I know she was really quite concerned about it in her area, especially with the average age is sitting around the 70 years mark. So I think we are going to have it, and I don't know what we can do to prevent people from going to their cottages and possibly bringing a virus along with them. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Reinwald. Is any other comments concerning the report? Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder to accept the Emergency Services Department report. Moved by Councillor Wisniewski-Moore, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We're now at 12:03. We're going to take a break and reconvene at 12:30. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We'll start off with Laura, the Social Services Department report, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden and members of County Council. The Social Services report can be found on page 109 in your package. Under information, I want to inform County Council that the County of Renfrew received $1.7 million from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing under what's called the Social Services Relief Fund. And this is specifically targeted to provide community supports for people dealing with COVID-19. The items that are covered would include sheltering for homeless people or folks who have temporary homeless issues, funding for food banks, and definitely to enable them to have adequate supplies and services, to expand their operations, an enhancement to the homelessness prevention program, rent bank enhancements, and as well, a review committee was put together from
thank you.
The County of Renfrew, utilizing leaders in social services to help take a look at some of the requests that we received from the community for this funding. And I can tell you that as of today, we've received 25 requests for funding, and we have managed to approve just under $300,000 worth of funding. So that's really good news in terms of the requests coming in, and these services will be out there throughout all of Renfrew County. We've had requests from all communities in our area. I want to also identify that the communications staff, Mike Barber and his team, have been incredibly supportive and helpful in getting the information out to residents and out to the community agencies on the use of this fund. And we're able to get great amount of contact from the community through these different methods. So thank you very much, Mr. Barber. We have some good news. Item number 2 is that we had a new food bank open in the Golden Lake area. And I'll refer to the English name. It's called the Sharing Place, and it's serving people in Pagagwan First Nation and North Algoma Wilberforce residents. And we've heard that they have had over 77 different folks register for their services. So clearly a very needed service and one that we're going to be supporting as well. You will see tabled is a letter from MP Cheryl Gallant just speaking to the expansion of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Due to the crises, there's been some flexibility had to be applied there. Item number 4 is going to start with the update from Renfrew County Housing. And as in all 3 departments within social services, Renfrew County Housing, Ontario Works, and Child Care in early years, we have staff deployed working from home. We have staff in office. Our offices remain closed, but staff are responding to all requests coming through. And happy to say that we're able to serve everybody in a very timely fashion. In the Renfrew County housing environment, we still have some tenants who are wanting to pay their rent by cash. So we're working through those situations, really trying to get them connected to the online banking, debiting, and other ways of paying their rent, which is working. We have had a great increase in the number of people who are using the online service. You'll see in your package some of the tenant communications that Renfrew County Housing has sent out to the tenants. We continue to respond on a regular basis with our tenants in all of our buildings. Our maintenance staff continue to provide cleaning and general maintenance of the buildings, but we've also hired sanitation services for weekend cleaning. We feel it's really important to ensure that our housing units are clean and sanitized all the time. Tenants are reporting that while the situation is frustrating, having to remain indoors, they really appreciate the information that our staff continue to provide to them. And we do it in a variety of ways. We'll email it to them, we post it, we drop it through the mail slot. Tenants are getting access to lots of valuable information, including services in the community. I would also want to identify that staff are reaching out by phone to tenants, especially those tenants who are single or isolated, just wanting to make sure that they're doing well and that they're continuing to, be in conversation with them, wanting as well to ensure that they have access to the supports that are out there. Item C is speaking about our nonprofit housing providers, and this is a piece that I think is really important, is that we have our nonprofit housing providers participating in conference calls very regularly. Some of them are joining Zoom calls as well, and this is so that we can remain very current and engaged with them. They're very much dealing with the same kind of concerns and issues as we are, and they are taking extra steps and extra methods to ensure that their buildings are clean and sanitary. It's quite a lot of connecting going on, and they have reported that they really appreciate it. Our staff has put together a master document as well that contains links to all kinds of resources in the community, and that document has been shared as well with our nonprofit housing providers so that they can quickly have access to information for any tenant, whether they need mental health supports, they have senior needs, they have financial needs. It's a living document. It's quite a great resource for folks. A really good news story on item D, which is community outreach. In preparation for Easter, we had staff from the Renfrew County Housing, and we had other volunteers in the community work with NeighborLink Fountain in the Armprior area to deliver 160 meals, turkey dinners with desserts to folks in the Armprior community. And this was all compliments of the the Antrim truck stop. And a really good news story. You can see the picture that was taken of staff grabbing the meals and of course using social distancing rules, making sure that they were delivered so that nobody was without a meal at Easter time. Item number 5 is the Ontario Works update. Same kind of thing going on in Ontario Works. We have staff deployed throughout home and in office, providing services, making sure checks are printed, and making sure that everybody is getting the assistance that they need in the community. There has been some financial assistance programs launched through Ontario Works. There's quite a few of them. They're listed under item B. So as mentioned previously, we have the Ontario Works Emergency Assistance, and this is a form of assistance that has changed since COVID-19. Previously, Ontario Works had emergency assistance, but it was a very limited amount of money, and it was very limited in terms of how long one would receive emergency assistance. And this has now been expanded to 48 days, and it's to help cover a variety of needs for people, whether it's food, rent, medicine, transportation, whether they have children who are trying to complete online school courses and programming but don't have access to the proper tools. Emergency assistance is one of the programs out there to assist folks. Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program clients were also eligible for what's called a discretionary benefit, emergency benefit. And this is a set amount of money that was issued to any client who had requested it or when we reached out and spoke about it. And it was for additional costs related to COVID-19. So whether it was for additional food, protective equipment, cleaning, anything that they needed. And this was a payment that was $100 for individuals or $200 for a family. The Homelessness Prevention Program, which is through our CHIPPY funds, but delivered through the Ontario Works Office, has been expanded to provide more service for folks. And for everybody who is calling through to the office, they are being offered this program as well to ensure that we're making sure that we're meeting all of their needs. So we've expanded it to include rent arrears, which we've had a fair amount of uptake on that, but also to prevent any disconnection and to keep people housed and safe. The Low Income Energy Assistance Program we call LEAP has had an infusion of money into that program as well. And that is a program to help folks with Enbridge gas and making sure that nobody is disconnected or without service because they have not been able to pay their bill. And of course, as mentioned, last month we have had the Rotary Club donation, which has been an incredibly generous donation of $10,700 worth of gift cards. Those gift cards, actually the majority of them are now in the community. We have a handful left, and we are using some of the social services relief funding to purchase more. This has been a very valuable resource for people in the community. Sometimes it's just a matter of having enough money to buy groceries and having a gift card to one of the local grocery stores and a gift certificate for a taxi so that one could go and pick up the groceries has been invaluable. So we have seen a huge uptake on this, and we're going to continue to provide that support to the community. You can see under item C that it's been a busy month as well. In addition to supporting the current clients that we have in Ontario Works, we have also processed from March 18th until April 15th, 184 applications, the majority of them emergency assistance. A few of them are for regular ongoing Ontario Works. Processed 213 discretionary benefits and 74 applications for the Homelessness Prevention Program. This is a huge increase over this time last year. And this is directly related to the COVID-19 situation. Staff continue to meet the need very quickly, so nobody is being held off. Delays are not in place. Staff have reallocated the way they do work so that they meet the immediate need right away and continue to support residents in our community as quickly as possible. When I spoke about the gift cards earlier, I wanted to mention that the most effective way to get these gift cards to our residents is to put them in the mail. So we have daily mail going out from our office. We deliver it right to the post office and they get it out so that people in the local area, sometimes it's a 1 or 2 day delay to get the gift card, or if they're able to pick them up at a location, we make those arrangements so that it's very quick. Anybody who is applying for emergency assistance or regular assistance because their situation has changed, we can do a direct deposit overnight. And sometimes that takes place the very same evening as they make contact with our office. So they've had some changes legislatively in terms of how the ministry is making this available for folks in Ontario Works. So they've changed some of the requirements so that we could do the business of meeting the immediate need right away. And you can see listed in item D some of the things that they've done to make sure that the administrative focus is moved so that we can manage the people needs right away. Item number E is just to let you know that the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which is a federal program that came out earlier this month, this one has impacted Ontario Works clients and ODSP, or Ontario Disability Support clients. It's been a very valuable resource, and people who have applied for it and are on Ontario Works or ODSP, they're having it treated as income, but in a way that is not going to negatively impact their financial situation. And that was a piece of information that the ministry had to work on. They just kind of worked that out within the last week and a half. And we've been waiting for information on how to work through this, especially if we have people who are on Ontario Works and who have also received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Item number 6 is to let you know that even though we're in the midst of a pandemic and we're, trying to do the social distancing and we have staff working from home, as a result of the health unit moving into 141 Lake Street, we were served notice in our Ontario Works office, our largest office, so we had to vacate by today. And our staff were very successful with the help of Craig's team and property and development to have a move take place where our staff moved our offices over to 169 Lake Street. So for those of you who know Pembroke, that is the old Sears building. And we're in the same location or the same building now as Renfrew County Housing. We're on the other side of the wall. We had to have some things done. It's a very temporary location because we don't have certain facilities in that building for long term, but it certainly allows us to perform the Ontario Works functions over the next few months, and will definitely allow us to, when we come back to full office, to be able to provide services. A little different, but I will commend the staff for managing social distancing with movers, social distancing with packing up their offices, and they rotated in and out so that there were no issues with keeping that distance. So congratulations to the staff on managing a very difficult move in the midst of all the other stuff going on. Item number 7 is moving on to the childcare update. And just to let you know as well, childcare offices remain closed, but we have staff in office and staff working from home, responding to all of our parents, working still with our daycare providers, having regular meetings with our early ons, utilizing Zoom so that we can remain connected and engaged with all services. As you know, item B was the Emergency Licensed Childcare Center announcements. And we've been working very diligently with all of our childcare operators to try to get some daycares opened under this new provision. We are fortunate to have one daycare in Pembroke who has opened and one in Renfrew. They both have up to 5 children that they can take. They do have a very different approach to opening a daycare during this time. We have health requirements that are much different than in the pre-COVID-19 times. And we have a very different environment, but it is working. And our staff continue to work with our childcare providers, operators in other locations with the hopes that others will continue to consider opening. We are hopeful that we do get some uptake on this. What we are hearing is that because we've had 2 daycares open now, and we can share, our staff are speaking with these daycare operators and with their permission, able to share with the other operators how it's going. The questions and the interest seems to have peaked. And I think what we're hearing is that some of the childcare operators needed somebody else to do it first to see how it would go before they would attempt to take the next step. So we're really hopeful that when we come back next month, that my report will have more daycares to identify. We also felt that it was very important in childcare to really get a sense as to what the need is under the emergency childcare piece. And we posted an online survey, and we do get survey results every week. it would be no surprise that wherever we have a primary hospital or long-term care facilities, our needs are highest in those communities. So it really supports what we believe to be out there, is that where there is a need, it is around the hospital environments, the strongest needs. Item number C, it's tabled a memorandum that speaks from the Ministry of Education in regards to how the childcare sector is to be treating parents who have children in daycare but not attending right now, that they are no longer allowed to charge them fees and they're no longer at risk of losing their spaces. And this was a very important move by the Ministry of Education to ensure the parents were comfortable and not in a situation where their finances were paying for childcare spaces that they weren't using. There's a huge concern in the community prior to this memo that people did not want to lose their childcare spaces while their childcare was closed. And that's a very important piece to calm folks, because at this point in time, the response we're getting is that people feel very comfortable knowing that when daycare is open again, they will be able to have their spots back. And item number D is tabled as well, a memorandum just extending the emergency and ministerial orders regarding the licensed childcare centers. And it, as you know, it probably is going to be extended beyond May 11th, but we are awaiting the next piece of information on that. And that, Madam Warden, concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. So we'll start at the beginning. Any questions for Laura under information item number 1, the social services relief funding allocation? Number 2, the new food bank in Golden Lake. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Not a question, just a comment. This was really welcome news. It turns out that this has helped the burden on the Eganville Food Bank. I heard from one of the board members that it was far easier to serve our residents, considering that we were probably talking about at least half of those people into Eganville. So it's a really welcome addition to the County of Renfrew.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor Brose.
Yes, I was really pleased that we were able to finally get a food bank in our municipality and right in the village of Golden Lake. So it does service the residents of the Pikwakanagan Reserve as well as our North Algona residents. And I do want to reach out and thank both Mayor Murphy and Mayor Janice Wisniewski-Moore, because the food banks in both of those communities have been instrumental in really helping Dale Benoit get the one going here in Golden Lake. And she wanted them to know how supportive the 2 food banks from those communities have been. In addition, the couple, the Whalens that own the Kokamish Cafe in Golden Lake, they actually donated the building space, which was the old craft store in Golden Lake, so that they could open the food bank there. And when they had to close their restaurant, they also donated a significant amount of their stock to the food bank. So it's really been a great venture for us, and it's come at a time when it certainly is needed. And just as Councillor Murphy has said, it's taken some of the strain off of the Eganville Food Bank. So I'm sure it's going to continue to grow as the need from the residents also continues to grow. They've been successful in dealing with emergency calls as well, and they try to respond within 24 to 48 hours. So yeah, I'm once again very, very grateful as well to the support that they've received from our social services people at Renfrew County. So once again, thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Brose. Councillor Emo, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't. No.
Okay, all right, thank you. So any other comments regarding the food bank? Number 3, the expansion of Canada summer jobs. 4, the Renfrew County Housing Corporation update. A, the COVID-19 update. Maintenance. nonprofit housing providers, the community outreach. Number 5, Ontario Works update, the staffing, financial assistance programs, applications processed, Ontario Works program changes, I'm sorry. Number E, treatment of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. 6, the office move. 7, the child care up. Oh, Councillor Brose, please. Oh, I think we've lost him. Okay, the office move, number 6. 7, the child care update.
Councillor Murphy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Laura, you sort of, through you to Laura, you sort of touched on this, but your report says that there are partitions. I'm assuming that they were able to make them large enough to accommodate physical distancing. It just didn't seem like a big space, so.
Through you, Madam Warden.
Please.
Councillor Murphy, I will tell you that it's a big open space that we were able to put in some partitions. It has less interview rooms than what we had at 141 Lake Street. And we had to make some modifications so that we can access the Renfrew County Housing Corporation offices. We lack bathrooms and lunchroom in the Sears space. So we were able to make some modifications there. And we don't have a boardroom where we could run workshops or those kinds of things. But in terms of partitions, we were able to repurpose baffled workstations. And we only have about 3 staff in there right now. So they're definitely social distancing. And then when we return to regular office, we will be in closer quarters for sure, but it will still provide space for folks. It will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Councillor Brose.
Yes, I lost you there for a minute, but I just wanted to comment on 2 items, one being the Renfrew County Housing, just so the rest of County Council is aware. The one challenge that Carol has with the Renfrew County housing, and especially the non-for-profit spaces, is that there are quite a number of contractors that won't even respond to calls for service because of their concern for exposure of their own workers and then exposure of some of the people living in the not-for-profits. So it has been a challenge for Laura and for Carol to try and get some of the work done, especially the capital projects. I know they are having success still dealing with the emergency repairs that arise, but in order to do some of the capital project work, it could end up being that some of it will certainly be delayed and some of it may not even get completed this year. So that's the one concern. And I also want to really thank Laura and her staff, the Ontario Works staff in particular, because they've had to do this move from their current location into the temporary location in the midst of the increased volume of calls that they're now getting for people who require emergency services, as well as dealing with their regular work and then having to deal with this move. So it certainly has put some stress and strain on those workers, and I have to compliment them for still being able to come to work and get the job done. And from talking to Laura earlier in the week, they have kept up to date, so there's no backlog on any of the requests that comes through that department. So once again, Laura, thank you so much to you and your staff.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Brose. Any other further comments on item number 6? Seeing none. Item number 7, the child care update. COVID update, emergency licensed child care centers, parent fees, the extension of emergency and ministerial orders. The report as a whole. Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the report of the Social Services Department. Moved by Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Brose. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Laura. Then we'll go on to Mr. Beakley and the Human Resources Department, please.
Madam Warden, with your and Council's indulgence, I do have an internet connection in Whitewater that's temperamental, and we found if we take the video off, then we won't have the voice problem, so if you will. So Madam Warden and Chair Murphy, what I'd like to do is point out on page 126 is the HR report. So we'll open with the 2020 pandemic has impacted the employer-employer experience more deeply than any other global event in recent memory, even greater than SARS that happened in 2003. Routines and lives have been disrupted in unprecedented ways, both in the public and the private worlds of work. Working from home, layoffs, job loss, overtime expectations are all pressures we're all feeling. While virtual meetings have been available for some time, many of us have not taken advantage of the technology or the potential efficiency that can come from this. Skeptics, if you will, to some degree. The SLT believes that our new normal, after all of this is over many months from now, will be greater virtual work and less face-to-face collaboration. We are proving that virtual meetings can work, but should not be exclusive. A blended model makes sense. We, SLT, recognize that not every employee can work from home, whether that's our frontline workers in long-term care, our paramedics, social services, or public works as perfect examples. We need a balanced approach. For that reason, we're looking at, on page 126, designing a policy that centers around working from home and telecommuting. And woven into that particular policy would be elements about what we would expect relative to virtual meetings. And you'll see one of the comments in my report where we identify where we have the real potential as the employer to have a look at really reducing travel costs. So if I use myself as an example over the past 5 weeks or so, as I work to assist a lot of local municipalities with local CAOs and otherwise, where normally I would have traveled to those municipalities, now we're able to do all of that virtually. So it's not just the time in terms of the efficiency that we're gaining in that dynamic, but it's the time in me not having to travel. And certainly there's some fruit coming off that. So we're looking to present a report to Council in May and consideration for a working from home telecommuting policy. Item number 2 on my report, if I could just scroll my own screen. So item number 2 on my report then is bylaws. And would you like me to do that now, Madam Mayor? Madam Warden.
Certainly, go ahead, Mr. Beakley.
Okay, so item number 2, so corporate policies and procedures. So this particular policy and procedure centers around what we're looking to recommend as it relates to where we are relative to what's taking place with emergencies. So SLT believes that where we are as an organization, given the last 3 years of experience between the floods and now COVID-19, have highlighted for us our staff's commitment and professionalism to respond to the communities in a time of crisis. And all of our staff have responded to this effectively. However, there's an inequity related to compensation or time in lieu received for overtime that is worked. It's recognized that the management and professional employees, that group which is level 8 and up, other than paramedics and the public works supervisor, find themselves working excessive hours. And what we gave consideration to as an SLT group was that where there is a declaration either at the federal, provincial, or at the county of Renfrew level in a declared emergency, that in that particular year, we would raise the cap from 2 weeks bank time to 3 weeks bank time. And that's what my report reflects in terms of recommendation to Council today. With that, Madam Warden, that's the report from the HR department.
Mr. Beakley, if you'd like to read the recommendation, I'll look for a mover and seconder.
Yes, just a sec. Recommendation that County Council approve the revised corporate policy EO1, hours of work and overtime, and further that a bylaw to amend the bylaw 6303 being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted at this session of County Council.
Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Doncaster, seconded by Councillor Girls. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So we'll just go to the beginning of Mr. Beakley's report under information item number 1, working from home. Any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, need a mover and a seconder to accept the Human Resources Department report as presented. Moved by Councillor Love, seconded by Councillor Sweet. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the Development and Property Department, and Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good afternoon. So my report begins on page 135, and I'll start off with number 1, the Service Delivery Improvement Project. Just a bit of an update, and you'll note a letter in response to the Warden's letter from the April 1st meeting is on page 140 from Dr. Cushman, Dr. Robert Cushman, the Acting Medical Officer of Health, suggesting that the April 1st meeting, while addresses some of the issues, doesn't quite address all the issues that they have with the current move and the plans that we have to renovate the space here at Renfrew, the County Administration Building. So the report just addresses that we have worked with the architects to continue with the plans, and we'll be bringing a full report to County Council in May once we're able to work through some of the phasing plans and some of the concerns that the health unit still has. Without getting into it, we have addressed some of those phasing concerns and have pushed a lot of those concerns off into the fall. We are continuing with the architects, as the report mentions, and we hope to have the tenders out to the pre-qualified contractors beginning on May the 4th, and those documents are ready at this point. I do want to echo Laura's, well, first her thanks and her congratulations to her staff and to my staff, particularly to Kevin Valaket and Jenna Porter for the work done with the social services staff to move everybody into 169 Lake. It was quite the effort, and thank you to the landlord as well for allowing us to have some variance in some of the project details as we move forward. So that's item number 1 at this point. Item number 2, starting on around page, item number 2 is the activity tracker on page 142. Just in here as a regular course of daily activities that the folks in Renfrew County are still very anxious to develop their property, and that's a good thing for our growth and our continued success as we move forward. So our planning folks, although mostly working at home these days, are continuing their efforts. Item number B, like our planning staff, the provincial planning staff are busy at work and have continued to bring forward efforts to help out our development. And note that the pandemic has caused problems with planning and zoning applications and whatnot. So what you're starting to see is any efforts to make decisions on your municipal councils for planning activities between February and mid-April requires now that all the planning officials have to re-register notices to allow an appeal period to be extended. So that was emergency ordered earlier this spring, obviously, and we're working with some of those implications. Item number 2C, and again, another full report in May, but these things happened during the pandemic, is that the province has issued an order, if you will. They have now signed off on our official plan. So we've been through this several times with County Council before, and an update to our 5-year update to the county official plan. Our March 26th, just prior to last month's County Council meeting, they have signed the final approval. So our county official plan is now in effect as of March 26th, and the implications are being worked through by county planning staff right now. And again, that full report will come to County Council at the May sitting. Item number 3, on behalf of the Warden and the CAO, the task force piece will require a full presentation. So perhaps Warden and CAO will move item 3A to the end of this report and address it in a full fashion.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. So item number 3B, just in terms of how we're dealing with COVID from economic development point of things, we are maintaining information on our economic development website, investrenfrewcounty.com. And as you can imagine, as you've all been following, the federal and provincial updates are rampant and they're happening all the time. So they continue to be updated on our own website as we continue to work with our colleagues at your own municipalities and across the province to determine best efforts to help with the sustaining efforts and the recovery efforts. But more on that with the task force. Of course, we continue working with local businesses and such, working through their heavily difficult times. Number 4 is an OVTA, or an Ottawa Valley tourist update. Of course, this has been devastating to the tourism industry, amongst other industries, but the tourism industry is now looking at a failed summer season. So it will be devastating to our region. So our tourism staff are maintaining contact with all the tourism businesses and trying to find a way in a very difficult setting for them to pivot to a different offering if this continues past really the May 24th weekend. So we're hopeful that will happen, but it's proving more and more challenging as the weeks go by. We're in day 46 of the lockdown, and that has no signs of clearing up with the recent announcement by Premier Ford on this past Monday. Item number 5, a quick update from Enterprise Renfrew County, more of the same. We are reaching out to all of our small businesses and making sure that activities continue with webinars and Zoom meetings. And note for your folks in your areas that the summer company, which is the opportunity for young students to open their own business, is still ongoing. That's $3,000 grant for those willing to open their business. The Prime Minister, of course, and his colleagues are debating the student fund today, and hopefully that goes through for students, but it's going to be a very challenging time for university or college-bound students this summer. So again, they may be encouraged to start their own business this summer. And similarly, the starter company is for older entrepreneurs and looking to get a grant to get their business started in these weird times. Item number 6, and finally for this report, is a forestry and GIS update, just informing staff or informing council. Forestry activities continue. They have been luckily deemed an essential service, so they do continue in the bush and are using social distancing when they can. GIS, of course, is heavily supporting our folks in the VTAC group and across the corporation for mapping and other resources that come out of GIS. And of course, the trails continue. It was noted earlier that the trails are actually getting more use than probably normally would in April. We've had a lucky April. It's been, for the most part, very good weather and dried out very quickly. So more and more people are using these our trails, and we're looking forward to a May 1st motorized start for ATVs and side-by-side. So with that, if I could go back to, not sure, Ward, if you want to go through the report and then do the task force presentation, or how you want to handle this.
No, you must go ahead and do the presentation, then we'll run the full report.
Okay, with your indulgence, as my colleagues have done, I'll share the screen for that presentation, if I can find it. Hold on one sec. Sorry, Warden, I'm just having trouble finding this. Yeah.
It's fine. Take your time. We're not going anywhere.
I think Jeff's operating it for me. Are you doing that? No? Strange. Yeah, it's just taking a long time. Okay.
Just to let everybody know, our ratings are up. I think there's 100 people watching this right now.
I think we're up to 158 last time, so still have a ways to go. At least an hour left, so we're all good.
It's pretty impressive, though, considering we never have anybody in the gallery.
Craig, while you're looking for this document, is it possible to send an email to where all the
Hi, everybody.
Free Wi-Fi's are?
I'm not sure he heard you, Councillor Lynch. When we run the report, I'll ask you to ask that question again if you're okay. Just waiting for a moment. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. I'm just looking at sharing it here now. Okay, I'll just go with this because he seems to be working. Okay, sorry for that. There seems to be a black hole in this office right now. So we put together a terms of reference for a task force based on speaking with different folks across the county and across the province. Task force are meant to help out businesses and sectors as they move forward with different problems as they have. So what we did was set up a terms of reference basically saying that the task force would address the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our business community. What it was contemplated was a task force membership made up of our staff, of CAOs, of clerks, treasurers, of economic development staff across the county, and of, at this point, the warden, the chair of development and property, and the CAO from the county administration office, or from the county of Renfrew, just to move things forward in a fashion that would allow for staff input and sectoral input without the ultimate approval of meetings of county council or committees. So we talked to a number of our sector leaders, and you'll see here, and I'll make this available shortly after the meeting today so you can go through the presentation with your own staff. But we identified several, Alistair and I and some of our economic development staff, nominated, if you will, or appointed a number of staff from folks throughout the county, and that list is available here. And of course, staff support all the way from the MP's office, the MPP's office, down to our administrative support within this office and through the provincial, the offices at different ministries. So part of this, and I'll leave the task force details as they are, that the immediate priorities were to do a survey or an environmental scan of what's going on, look at different supports, look at different levels of governmental support and stakeholder support from the upper levels of government, and how to guide businesses as we move forward through the hardships of the pandemic, and then work with all of our chambers or BIAs and our local economic development professionals to get the word out on how we can help. So part of this was a April 2nd to April 19 environmental scan or survey. We conducted this through social media channels and through emails and through phone calls, and we had about 500 people, adjusted down to 460 as this noted, with the top 5 from Pembroke, Renfrew, Petawawa, Armpire, Madawaska Valley. That's indicative of some of our larger business bases. And the top sectors, of course, retail, trade, accommodation, healthcare, and outdoor enthusiasts. Interesting to note, and I know some of these slides are a little small, and I don't want to screw too much with technology because it might blow me off of the system again. A lot of them are having trouble whether they're actually essential or not. 48%, about half of them are essential. But bigger to the point is the fact that 85% I experienced a decrease in sales. More concerning was 8% were unsure if they were down or not, so they're still working through the figures at this point, but 85% experienced a decrease in sales. So that's been it's a very tough challenge, of course, as we're seeing throughout the province and throughout the world at this point. But more encouraging was that almost 80% were able to accommodate physical distancing, and that's likely in things like grocery stores and LCBOs and those other places where they have smaller staff and are able to work with lines of distancing and working through what we know as the protocols moving forward. And a lot of them have pivoted to online sales. Of course, that's retail based. In tourism, you can't really pivot to an online based option because you're just not online based. So we're working with them to deal with this. However, the layoffs is a big thing. So for those surveyed, those that have laid off or expect to lay off, the numbers are varying because we're just working through some of the data mining right now. But it could mean up to almost 2,700 people laid off within just those 460 respondents from the survey. So that's a huge number for here. I think what we're also witnessing is a lot of the contractors have been shut down. So what we're seeing is Garrison, Petawawa, and CNL have basically shut out contractors working in those two areas, the larger employers of the area. So laying those key sectors off at this time has been hurtful. And what they're asking for is assistance. Basically, 3/4 of them are saying that if they don't get assistance within the next 2 months, they're in deep trouble and are at risk of shutting down or drastically altering the way they operate business. So we held this task force, the first meeting based on this data on the 23rd last week, and we had some great input from those on the call. And again, many expressed their challenges along with several good ideas and themes to keep the economy going. So like we all know, high-speed access and just speed of high speed in this area is a huge deal. A lot of them talked about the ability to pay rent, forgivable loans, while the governments, both provincial and federal, have all launched loan help or zero interest. It still means a lot of debt for these businesses that they just can't take on because they're in an unknown uncharted territory where they just don't know what this will mean, and to bring on more debt in their business is very tough. It was noted that the supply challenges for food are becoming increasingly a huge issue. We're hearing from our Western colleagues the problem with beef and how that is rolling out in those plants that process the majority of beef for our area. I'm sure Councillor Donohue would talk to this as well, but I see even McDonald's is now looking at importing beef because of the supply challenges for Canadian meat. So, and we're seeing a run on it in some of the local grocery stores as well as people become aware of some of the supply challenges moving forward. And of course, some of the labor issues coming along with regular agriculture, potatoes, beans, fruits, and otherwise that we grow in our area. Of course, the tourism season, I quickly chatted about that. Working from home from a lot of accommodators will actually negatively impact us. The hotels in this area require business travel to make it work. And one of our member hotels right next to this building was quick to say, in 5 or 6 months, without business traffic and regular traffic, they will be down close to $1 million worth of revenue. So it's a big hit for an area like ours. And of course, again, more themes going on that it may be up to the municipalities and our team to help to lead the force in a recovery effort. So what came out of this was a series of action items that we brought forward from a number of those topics that were discussed that day, and other items that were sent to us I won't say in private, but sent to us afterwards. And we've whittled them down to a list of these, and I'll read them out in terms of where we go from here. A lot of them are asking for a letter of support for local businesses to federal and provincial governments from County Council regarding granting programs, again, to steer away from debt-inducing programs or interest-free loans. So they're looking for more grants than loans. And that grant could go towards operations, could be to upskill staff, or to pivot, and again, to reimagine how they do business. Expediting high-speed access solutions to maybe using municipal infrastructure where we can, or just infrastructure overall. High-speed access, again, County Council has been very supportive of EURN over the years, but hopefully that we can move that faster. There was an announcement, just an aside, there was an announcement by Bell Canada on a Bell wireless solution that happened. Unfortunately, it stopped at Highway 7. So we're looking at why and how did that happen and how we can get more internet based on those solutions up north. The point was raised that municipalities have the ability to be a key economic development agent, and using critical infrastructure programs, such as getting our roads and our bridges and those tenders out now will help inject dollars into the area by getting young men and women back to work. Advocate for the opening of critical federal institutional projects, noted CNL and Garrison Petawawa. If the feds were to suggest that the works going on at CNL and Garrison Petawawa were important and federally significant, then that advocacy role could get those folks and those projects back on track. A local tourism initiative for regional and local travel. I think at the end of the day, at some point in the next few 6 months, who knows, people will be willing to travel, but more locally as opposed to abroad. So working on a tourism initiative to get those people here in a safe fashion, and working with the operators on the new protocols that I'm sure we will have in place shortly. A reemergence funding program. So a lot of businesses recognize that they will be shut down for a couple of months and they're looking to retool and reimagine their business. So a fund that will allow them to do that would be very helpful. And then ultimately, as we've said before, is coming up with a made in Renfrew County solution for recovery efforts, whether it be a buy Renfrew County program, a regional approach to opening certain sectors in this area. What we're seeing, of course, right across the bridge, people are back at schools on Monday. They've started construction on housing starts, and they have protocols in place. We will wait and see how they work, but many of our sectors are now crossing the bridge to go to work. So how can we compete with that? And that's maybe a discussion we have with the province in terms of a regional approach to opening up our markets in a very careful fashion, of course. And then a massive marketing effort to promote the Ottawa Valley, and not just for tourism, but to promote that this is a great place to do business, to live, work, and play. So of course, the big question in the last slide is that this all takes money. And we're anticipating that the province and the feds will be launching programs over the next few months and weeks for municipalities to take advantage of. It was not in our plan to have a pandemic in January when I sat down with Mr. Foss and DMP and County Council approved the budget. So looking forward, the task force will wonder, well, who pays for this, how much, when, how long will this last, and when is all these, who leverage these funds? And we can't do it all ourselves, so we'll be looking to leverage our partnerships and getting these working with our local chambers and our BIAs. So that is the question moving forward, and hopefully over the next 3 to 5 days, we'll be talking with our task force and bringing these action items back with county councils, look-see over these, if you will, and giving us some direction to move forward. Warden, that is the DMP report, and then I'll open that to questions after I finish sharing my screen. If I can do that somehow.
While you're doing that, I think we're going, because it's fresh in our minds, we will look towards the task force report first. So I'll ask anyone who has any questions for Mr. Kelly regarding the task force. Councillor Emo.
Yeah, just right off the hop, the municipal infrastructure piece that we were talking about, do we have any sense of all 19 municipalities, what the plans were for this year to start with? And then secondly, the amount of that was matching funds from the federal and provincial government. Because I think if you take a look at that sector, that's an immediate one because it generates jobs. And I think that's part of what the government's going to want to do when they're going forward is generating jobs. So if our sector has $120 million worth of construction plan for this year, and half of that is dependent upon federal and provincial funding, I think we should be lobbying, and that might be one of the first layers of response, because when you look at construction, my understanding is that it's about a 1.45 or a 1.44 multiplier. So 120 million is actually closer to 200 million injected into the local economy. So that's I think, if we can get some of those answers as to what everybody was planning first, and then secondly, free up the federal and provincial money for the applications that we all have submitted and they're holding back. I think that would be a tremendous start for our communities in terms of kickstarting the economy.
Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. I think that's fantastic observation, and we've chatted about that. If we look at, and we'll have to do some research, and I know Mr. Perkins will be talking about his infrastructure programs of the county. I know we've planned $24 million of the county, for example, this year.
Yeah.
We'll have to do a call around to all the municipalities, but I'll note that the ICIP program, for example, where all the community recreation rinks and all those things, just to gather that information, I think there was a $1 billion fund and about $13 billion in the provinces in terms of applications. So if you take 10% of that for the county of Renfrew, we're talking a very large number. So acknowledged. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Sweet, please. Can you turn on your mic, please?
And everything here.
There you go. You're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, this is something that I brought to the table, that the municipalities could actually begin to help move the economy ahead. for the majority of these projects that are within lower tier municipalities, and these are for the most part shovel-ready initiatives approved with our local budgets that a lot of us have put in place. And Councillor Eamon is right. I did a quick estimate. There's 19 municipalities within the county of Renfrew, if you include the separated city, and of course the county of Renfrew itself. And they're probably up at $15–20 million themselves, the county of Renfrew. And if you average maybe $2 or $3 million of capital projects, it comes to about $120 million, shovel-ready, that would not impact the province of Ontario as far as revenues are concerned, because they're contained for the most part in municipal budgets. The challenge I think that we have, and I've been trying to get some sort of idea, and maybe Lee can help me here. These are construction projects, and I'm not sure whether we can actually physically move ahead with them. There may very well be something in there that says, that's an industrial type of construction type job, and as such, you can't do that. That's where we need to send something off to the province of Ontario and get them to really take it from black and make it into white, because it seems to be a bit of a gray area as to whether we could move forward with that. But that certainly would move a lot of dollars into the county of Renfrew, $120, and as you say, the trickle-down effect, Peter, is quite important. But construction in general, CNL and the garrison would certainly help as well. There could be upwards of $500 million between these two projects on capital. That would be very, very useful to move those ahead. So I'm very, very supportive of moving forward and getting some sort of clarity. And maybe Lee can tell me whether we can actually go ahead and begin the tendering and get them out into the environment. I think that would be a good step forward. And I'll have something else to say a little bit later on the funding initiative that Craig talked about, but Warden, I'll leave it at that at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet. Mr. Perkins, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you. So our projects are considered critical infrastructure. So as you may know, and you'll see coming up in my report in a little bit, we are going forward with construction. So as you'll see out on the road right now, Bonashir River Bridge is in the process of being worked on. Madawaska River Bridge in Aaronprior construction has started. Close clear cutting on 508 has started as well. Bourne Road Bridge is actually starting tomorrow. They're doing some preliminary work. So all our projects are a go. And staff are overseeing them, so we're quite positive. And again, this year we're hoping to inject $22 million in capital work. So we're considered a critical infrastructure.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I really, really appreciate what this task force is doing. As a small business owner, it's been a really, really tough couple of months. But I think one of the things that Craig touched on was the funding models, because they are coming down sort of fast and furious, and they change day over day or week over week. What we've tried to do in Bonashir Valley is sort of lay out where you can find the information. The problem with that is you almost have to change it up maybe twice a week. They just did more funding announcements today. So I certainly know where the business owners are coming from, saying, we can't take on loans. We need some grants to kickstart our economy. But I'm wondering if there's a role in this for Mike Barber, perhaps, to set out, where you can find the information from the province and the feds.
Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Warden. So what I would recommend, and our staff is engaged quite regularly, is investrenfrewcounty.com. And while it's not necessarily pretty all the time, we are trying to keep up, as almost as you say, twice a day there's announcements. And announcements don't mean applications are ready either. So that's key. is that applications are made. We get calls from businesses and say, I want the CERB or the wage subsidy, but that doesn't mean the applications are ready. So we're monitoring that and then say applications now open, and county staff is at the ready to help businesses through that application, or at least work with an MP or an MP's office if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, a myriad number of things occurred to me. That last thing, though, that Mr. Kelly spoke to, I think it echoes what Ms. Sheedy had spoken of earlier today, this morning, with respect to the announcements being so far out in front of the actual apparatus that's going to deliver this. Ms. Sheedy was speaking specifically to the pandemic pay, what I would suggest is somewhat hazard pay, whereas the announcement has been made, but the follow-through has been somewhat lacking. Certainly in speaking to that, I know at our last meeting, informally, I'm not sure if the public were aware, there was much discussion amongst several of us regarding the receipt of MDRAP funding, and that has just fallen off the edge of the world. On the 19th of March, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing himself on the telephone advised that we were imminently going to be receiving approximately $461,000 and nothing. And our clerk in the township has been chasing that down. It is still not in the offing. We are now 6 weeks since that. So these things they're certainly welcome as announcements, but the follow-through is incumbent upon us. I am, having said that, I do want to, like so many of the initiatives in both the Health Committee, the one I chair, and also Councillor Brose, the Social Services, but also on development and property and across the corporation. But I think that this was an incredible effort. I am so full of gratification that the eyes of senior staff and council are always far off on the horizon, because I think the steps that are being taken through this initiative are vital. The thing that I'm going to speak to, of course, I think perhaps in my community as much as any of the rurals, I am hearing daily the issue with respect to broadband. I am certainly happy now that RFPs are being issued through EORN for the next phase of the cellular. But I hear on a daily basis the issue surrounding being advised you are to work from home, and it is simply unable. Council will probably recall when we had the board chair from the public school board here expressed great reservations about the rollout then of online learning courses. What the pandemic has done, besides chase us all into our places of residence, it has also put into stark relief so many of the issues that we've been talking about ad nauseum for years. It was disheartening when Mr. Kelly advised that once again there seems like there's an iron curtain at Highway number 7. There is a province that exists north of Highway 7, and here we are once again having to advocate for that. All of these issues, though, this has been wrought so much disruption across the spectrum, whether it is health or whether it is the businesses that are in front of this, that broadband in this community, perhaps now that superhighway is even more important than the asphalt superhighway. So certainly on behalf of an enormous number of people on a daily basis that I'm hearing from with respect to the lack of broadband, much more has to be done. I do, once more, though, I want to finish on a high note, which is I am very happy that this initiative has stood up. As you have identified, there are some disruption to the food chain. It is discouraging that McDonald's is now going to be sourcing some of their product from outside of the country. This fills me, certainly from a pecuniary interest, let us say, with a great deal of concern. I do note that across all of these industries, there are going to have to be a triage, if you will, to how long and what kind of support they're going to need, because even though the province may reopen, there are certainly going to be lingering attitudes with respect to the customer base on how comfortable they are of returning out into the open. I will certainly be sympathetic towards those that had expressed skepticism towards incurring more debt. Councillor Sweet, you may recall in 2003 with the BSE crisis, it was of little comfort to us as we were digging a hole that the federal and provincial governments were offering us shovels. They were of no assistance whatsoever in the initial stages of that. So we have to be advocating certainly for a lot more than more debt financing to carry us through this disruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Go to Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you very much, Warden. Just wanted to remind Council that even before COVID-19, there was several projects in Renfrew County that would help boost economic development throughout the county. And some of them are pretty close to being shovel ready. But there's, there's places like CNL who is looking for help to build. Of course, you can't go past Garrison Petawawa, who we heard from the Colonel not long ago that if we couldn't provide the infrastructure for the garrison, then they would have to start turning down expansion in that area. And Mayor Sweet can correct me wrong, but I understand that's in the hundreds of millions of dollars that they want to spend there. So more economic development. Of course, if you have the bridge and Petawawa Boulevard done, it increases economic development, increases volume of military folks around to spend money here. We've also been patiently waiting for Highway 417, and I think every member of this council has said repeatedly that a 4-lane highway through Renfrew County would help stimulate economic development in their communities. As Councillor Donahue just was remarking about high-speed internet, during this meeting I had a not so pleasant message from a resident of McNabb Braeside about the lack of high-speed internet and connectivity. And both this lady and her husband are supposedly trying to work from home, but are unable to do it, and suggested that they may have to move out of my area because of the lack of high-speed internet. And Councillor Donahue is 100% right that it would be one of the biggest boosters of economic development throughout Renfrew County. So there's just a few of those items, that if they had been done before, our economic development would be much better than it is. But I can't see why they can't start moving ahead with some of these projects in our area. If they're truthful in saying that they want to boost economic development and get businesses back ongoing, then they need to take on these projects and get them done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peckett, for your comments. Councillor Sweet. Your mic, Councillor Sweet. We still don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Where I go? Yeah, to Councillor Donahue, it's not just north of number 7, it's east of Markham Road. There is a life up here, and we've been advocating that for 20 odd years, and it seems to be getting worse. But I want to just elaborate just a little bit on that and speak to the whole issue in one big ball, so to speak. This is going to happen. Economic development or initiatives are moving the yardsticks on this whole initiative as we come out of this COVID-19 situation. It's not going to happen just in Renfrew County, as you all know. It's going to happen right across the province. And so we have to be ahead of that curve in order to get our fair share of everything that might be out there. So I think it's very important, this economic task force that we put together, and it covers all of the spectrums of the business community within the county of Renfrew. We talk about the four pillars, and you know them all: agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and forestry. And I think there's been a fair cross-section that we've put into this task force, or Craig has put into this task force, to recognize that. If there's one thing that I found when I sat down with this, and I think we all felt that it was bad. It doesn't take long for a business that doesn't have any revenue coming in for 4 to 6, 8 weeks to hit the bottom and not have any reserves to come back at it. So they definitely need some help. So I want to plant a seed here with members of County Council. I think the task force is going to come to County Council and look for some money. We need some support to do the things that have to be put in place to move the yardsticks for Renfrew County. Not suggesting it all has to be 100% with the county of Renfrew itself. I think it's almost impossible to go to these smaller businesses and ask them to give you some money to help support any initiatives that we might bring forward. So I think that we have reserves there that I think we have to tap into. Just exactly how much I don't know. That'll be a decision that would have to be put in place. But how can we, for example, develop local initiatives for the regional and local level? How do we do that? Initiate, and Craig talked about this, by Renfrew County. How do we do that? And the last one that he's got down here is massive marketing efforts to promote the Ottawa Valley. That's all going to take dollars. And as I said, there's no way that we can actually go to those businesses that are definitely struggling, are not open, and ask them to help support those initiatives. I think we have to straighten our backs and find money somehow or other and put in place a program. Craig talked about the tourism summer initiative, and I think for sure that it's almost gone. By the time we get through this, it'll be August, September. So we're probably looking at doing something to assist businesses in the fall and the winter of 2020, 2020 and 2021 moving forward. But I think County Council has really got to take a long, hard look at funding these initiatives, and it has to be a big funding issue, not a small type of situation. I'm talking major promotions within the County of Renfrew to get these businesses back on track. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet, and thank you for planting that seed. We had, I'm going to say, about 25 people sitting in on that virtual meeting, and these are businesses who are struggling, but they took the time that afternoon, spent 2 hours with us sharing their experiences. And when they talk about they need financial help in 60 days or in 30 days, they actually need us to respond quickly as well. We can't be wasting their time. They need help now, and I think that's definitely our job. Any other further questions or comments? Councillor Emo.
Yes, thank you. Just wondering, was there any consideration given to approaching the provincial government or the federal government or both to grant to municipalities the equivalent of 6 months tax revenue for each of our businesses and manufacturing? Because my thought is it'll be, they're going to get some of them can get subsidy for wages. Some are getting some protection from rent or a portion of it, but still our smaller enterprises, they still have to live. And the tax bill coming in the mail is an additional stressor. I'd much rather have the monies that they might be considering or needing to pay taxes. I'd much rather have them using that money for promoting their business or retooling as well. Because I think, I'm worried about this year, but I'm more worried about next year, because people do have some reserves and they can struggle along and maybe borrow some money or work out a line of credit or something. But if next year is slow to recover, I think we're going to see a fairly significant echo following behind this year. So I'm wondering, I think it's important to build a good solid platform for them this year. And so they've got some supports coming from the federal and provincial government in terms of other areas. But I think the property tax issue for them is probably equally as worrying. And it's worrying to us because we don't have that kind of funding to be able to support that. So if we could get some kind of a grant system from the provincial and federal government, or federal government, whichever, to allow us to give some kind of freedom. You know, a lot of us are already going to go ahead and swallow some of the, you know, with interest free from March through until September, but likely longer than that. I think realistically, everybody's likely looking at December with the interest with no penalty. So I think that has to be part of the discussion, is some kind of tax relief that doesn't penalize municipalities, because we have services to deliver as well.
Thank you, absolutely. And there's also many businesses that are falling through the cracks that don't qualify for any of the funding. Mr. Kelly, do you have anything you want to further add?
No, other than to say thank you. It's actually a good point, and maybe we could raise that with, or leave it to you to raise with our MP or MPP's office, MOREAU MPP office. But I will note that one of our larger brewing businesses did mention that things are okay now, but that 4 or 6 months down the road is when things actually really will hit the fan, and is worried about that time period. So is cognizant, and good for you for recognizing that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Morrow.
Thanks for that, Warden. You know, I think that when I was just following the conversation, many of the phrases that I've heard and some of the things that were talked about in terms of the County of Renfrew getting its fair share, I will take you back to our strategic plan, and those are some of the things that we talked about at that time. We didn't foresee this happening when we did our strategic plan, but I think it's a good fit in terms of the getting our fair share from the province and the federal government. The advocacy role that we do, that may now have shifted. You know, I know we have Councillor Love, we have Councillor Emo, and we have Councillor Doncaster, all representing and very well positioned to help us advocate for those things as well. So, you know, we'll bring those positions back to County Council, get them endorsed, and then we will continue to advocate for those as part of that process as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Councillor Sweet.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. Okay. To Councillor Murphy, through you, Warden. That was one of the first questions I asked when the Chamber made their presentation and one other business made their presentation. I asked, there seems to be a little bit of confusion as to what is out there and what revenues are available. And I think we do have a role to play there of streamlining that, because these, what seems to be happening is that these announcements are coming from all over the place. They're coming from AMO, they're coming from Mike Barber, they're coming from the province of Ontario, they're coming from everywhere. And it's very confusing for the majority of small businesses that are within Renfrew County. And we all know this, the majority of businesses in Renfrew County are considered small. And I don't like using the word, the mom and pop stores with 2, 3 employees, 4 employees, and don't have a lot of time to go through all of that stuff. And I think we have a role to play to assist with that, to streamline what might be out there. I think that came through loud and clear on that particular question. And I think we do have a role to play, as I say, and I think that should be one of our priorities. As far as broadband is concerned, I'll take you back to when we advocated through the EORN to try and get someone from a regional point of view to sit on that board, to bring the issues of our concerns, and again, to Councillor Donohue, north of number 7 highway, up into Renfrew County, to give them broadband. And it was somewhat rejected, as I understand, through the EOWC, because they didn't feel that any decisions had ever been made as a result of a regional situation. I would argue that there's nobody there talking for us, for Renfrew County, as there is with AMO, as there is with the Roma, as there is with the federal government through Glenn Doncaster. So I think we should press again and see if we can get someone there to represent the interests of Renfrew County. I understand there's a hole in the URN board, And I think we should advocate for that because it is critical up here to get on the into the 21st century as far as broadband is concerned. And Councillor Donahue is absolutely right. It is the way of the future. You can't use 20th century technology and compete in the 21st century. It's not possible. And the only way you can get that done is to have advocacy on our behalf at the URN.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet, for your comments and your insight. Does anyone else have any other comments concerning the task force? Councillor Lynch and then Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. For Craig, I'm concerned, I'm not concerned. The questions on the GIS for the free Wi-Fi, for the number of people that want to go and make their applications for, you know, the $500 or make application for business, if they don't have internet at their home, can we have a site through Mr. Barber to say, you know, I'm in Armpire, go to the Armpire Airport or the public library where you can get your free Wi-Fi so you can make this application? Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Through you, Warden. Yes, we have developed a map of free Wi-Fi spaces all throughout the county, and that's available. I'll send you the link and maybe you can disseminate it to your people as well, but it is available typically through investrenfrewcounty.com once again, and we'll make sure that Mr. Barber sends that out once again and tweets that. I am getting a text from him saying he's going to tweet some of this information out after today.
Okay, perhaps he can send the link to all of our municipalities as well. Councillor Emo.
Yes, if I could just stress, I've had some conversations with regards to the provincial outlook, and jobs is the driver. Anything we do, if you can quantify how many jobs you're saving, how many jobs you're producing with it, that's why, you know, when we talked about the infrastructure right off the front end, and then also the saving the jobs within the with the task force as well, because all of those jobs produce revenue. The government needs revenue at this point. They need people buying stuff, and they need people paying their taxes. And so they're very aware of the need to invest in jobs. So if you can quantify anything you're doing to jobs, that's the kind of data they're looking for. And it seems they're not looking for data regionally. They're looking for an aggregate data by the end of the year to say, Ontario lost X number of jobs for the first quarter or the first half, but we've gained X number. So they're not interested in saying Northern Ontario, Rural Ontario, Eastern Ontario, Renfrew County. They want an Ontario number. So we're going to have to be very aggressive about making sure we get, as CAO has said, our portion, because right now nobody's really going to disseminate down into into the finer details. They're just looking for grit, and the grit is jobs.
Good. Thank you very much. Any other further comments? Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And to Councillor Sweet's and Mr. Kelly's points, not only have some of these, the funding models have sort of morphed over the weeks, but the province, the feds put out that on Monday, there would be a new wage subsidy in line with the province. I went on Monday thinking that perhaps I could bring my employees back, and the funding application still wasn't up at 8 o'clock this morning. So you're absolutely right, Craig. The other thing we have to do if we're going to take a role in this is make sure we don't put stuff out before it's available to apply for. So that's a very good point. Thank you, Madam.
Very welcome. Thank you. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. Part of what I'm going to say now I was going to bring it up a little bit later, but I think it's just as important that it comes out here. So on late last week, and then presented to Minister Monsef on Monday, the Minister for Economic Development, Rural Economic Development, sorry. We met with her on Monday and presented FCM's data and the ask that accumulating over the last couple of weeks. So for those of you who are not aware, the data that FCM has collected and what FCM is now asking the federal government to directly support municipalities across this country is a fund of $10 billion. It's split into two streams. The one that is significant to us is that, let me back this up a minute. So if you look at, I'll use the city of Halifax, small city in Canada, as an example. They're losing approximately $5 million a month. The city of Toronto, with its transit system, is losing $65 million a week in lost revenues. The offsetting expenses are not, they don't save on the other end. So there is significant impacts. Further to that, because rural municipalities in this country don't have the capacities of the Montreals and the Torontos and the Vancouvers and the Halifaxes, for that matter, soon rural Canada, rural municipalities in this country are going to be in crisis. So what was presented to and advocated on our behalf on directly to the federal government was this $10 billion emergency operating fund for municipalities. The two streams, one will be a base funding for all municipalities, and the second stream is for municipalities that have transit systems that are losing revenues from the transit system. But 3/4 of it is base funding for directly to municipalities, and it's there is an acknowledgement that there's a role for each province to play in this. However, municipalities will get caught in that jurisdictional fight. And so what we presented is this needs to come directly from the federal government, and using the existing model that we have for gas tax fund transfer, so that money can go directly to municipalities. The data and the federal government will figure this out. We did the calculations, and based on that formula, smaller municipalities, there's a potential that we will be overfunded if the federal government accepts this model. And if that's the case, we've put that forward that any excess funds outside of lost revenues and increased expenses that municipalities have had can be put towards the medium-term actions that they could go towards projects that would qualify under the gas tax funding, and further to that, long-term that any excess funds to municipalities, we would be able to transfer them to our economic recovery plan, our long-term economic recovery plan. So it certainly hasn't been accepted by the government, but I just wanted everybody to know that all of this data has been collected by FCM, and it has been presented to the federal government. Having said that, there's still a role for the province to play, for sure. But I believe that this will satisfy a lot of the concerns that we've been talking about for the last 40 minutes or so. Anyway, leave it with that. I still have some other things that I can probably tie some of this together, but I'll do that under new business later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Doncaster. Any further comments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll start back at the beginning of Mr. Kelly's report under information, item number 1, the Service Delivery Improvement Project. Any comments, questions? No? Okay. Number 2, the Planning Division update. Item number A, B, or C? Councillor Brose.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. Just a question through you to Craig. So this, the new plans for planning applications, just so I'm clear, you have to re-register, but is that just for the public meetings and the hearings, or somebody who has started a plan or was halfway through a plan, do they have to start over completely and comply with all of the new regulations, or would they just be able to continue and address the changes to the Planning Act?
Kelly, please.
Right. So as we understand it, if they've made an application prior to March 26th, an actual application, paid for it and started the process, it will be considered under the old OP. After March 26th, they will have to comply to the new OP. The confusion may come from some of your residents who have put in a general inquiry, who have asked what they can or cannot do with their property or what they have to do with their project. That does not constitute an application. It constitutes an inquiry. So anybody that made that inquiry prior to March 26th was given advice based on an old official plan. They will have to put that inquiry back in or ask that that inquiry be viewed under the auspices of the new official plan.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. This is through you to everybody. I cannot think of a worse possible time for this OP to be approved. We are in a state of emergency and growth is what we need right now, not less growth. Bonnechere Valley will be putting out a resolution asking for the March 26th rule to be moved to July 26th. I think it came down during a period where people weren't paying attention to anything that was going on except COVID-19. I feel that it was a reckless time for this to be approved, not necessarily the actual OP, but the timing of it. It's completely unfair. And I certainly hope that every municipality, when you get this resolution from Bonnechere Valley, will also send this off to the province. We need growth and we need it now. So I use the word reckless, and I mean it. It's a terrible, terrible time for this. Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for those comments. Any other further comments concerning the official plan amendment? Okay, seeing none, on to item number 3, economic development update. We've already covered the task force. B, key economic development activities. 4, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association update. Number 5, Enterprise Renfrew County. Item number A, B, and then item number 6, the Forestry and GIS Division update. A, B, or C. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Mr. Kelly. With the trails, the Algonquin Trail and the KNP trails opening to vehicular traffic, was there any consideration given about the influx of these people to the small communities where the provincial government and us as municipalities are asking for our seasonal residents, you know, not to visit, to stay in their permanent residence, but with these trails on a Saturday or Sunday, we get maybe 100 bikes coming into town, and our people are very upset about it. You know, and the cottagers that are listening to us and staying at home are questioning, you know, why do we let these other people into town? So just wondering, in the decision making, was there any thought given to the result this would have on the small communities and how we try to keep our social distancing and so on? You know, people, when they come, they do visit the stores. It's probably not for essential items, but when they travel, they want to go in and get some food or pop or water, whatever. So I'm just wondering how we handle this.
Mr. Kelly, please.
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Hunt. The bylaw that we're operating on is a May 1st date, and we've been watching the activities throughout the province. They've remained, for the most part, leaving trails open. Some of the conservation areas had closed them for a short period of time and now opening them, recognizing that people need to get out and need to practice social distancing. We talked earlier about signs going up on trails, and we've been encouraging that. I would argue ATVing or even biking is a great self-isolating activity. You are staying quite a piece apart from each other. It would be hard, sir, to delineate from a visitor and a resident on a trail, and that's where we run into that difficulty without increased enforcement. We're recognizing now that even when we say they're closed, they're being used incredibly. So opening it up and actually enforcing them that way is easier for us, quite honestly. I understand your position, and I hope that those stores would recognize that they have their own ways for people to social distance themselves within those gas stations and stores. The reality is there's no place for these people to go if they are visiting, is in fact visiting from out of town. You can't go to get ice cream necessarily anywhere. You can't go to a restaurant anymore. It's all takeout. And hopefully there's messaging that keep your balaclava out or wear a mask or other thing. It's a tough balance between visitors and residences using these trails, and how do you enforce one or the other?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Hunt, did you have a supplementary?
I guess not. It's difficult because you know, they do go for the takeout, but if you get 50 bikes landing in our small village, and being a destination site, we do get a lot because we have a lot of beauty here that the people want to see. But when we get 50 ATVs land into a small parking lot, it is almost impossible to have social distancing. You know, but we're getting it from the highways as well. Last week we had a big group of bikers come in, probably in the neighborhood of 40, between 40 and 60, you know, that hit one parking lot. So it's very difficult for us to control this, and difficult for the store operations as well, because, you know, they do have to stop somewhere. So I was just a little nervous with the trails being open of we're going to get not taken much further. I agree with Mr. Kelly that closing the trails, like we're having a real challenge with our Eagle's Nest. You know, it's been brought down from maybe 100 cars on a Saturday to 50, but it's 50 cars with 3 to 4 people in each one of them. So it's very hard in our town, and our people are very nervous. So I was just wondering more if there had been any discussion on, you know, how we can handle it, because it's difficult to go to each one of them and suggest they practice social distancing. It seems like when they get out there that is forgotten, and there's a lot that really don't believe in it. Anyway, thank you. If there is anything of value that you can give to us, we would appreciate it, but it's certainly something that we're having a tough time dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Hunt. What we will commit to do in the meantime is to monitor and see what the uptake is in usage. But you know, back to what Craig said, it is very, the trails are being very well used by local residents, and that would be the challenge. I think we would see an uproar and an outcry by some of the local residents who are using them as really their only outlet to get out of the house once in a while, and again, utilize the trail to social distance. But again, we have a couple staff out there right now. Anthony's out there with others and monitoring it. So let us keep an eye on it, and we'll continue to monitor it. And again, if you see significant issues, by all means, please contact us. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Any other further comments on number 6? Seeing none, the report as a whole. If not, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the Development and Property Department report as presented? Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Sweet. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And next up, Mr. Perkins, Public Works and Engineering Department report, please.
Good afternoon, County Council, and through you, Madam Warden. Council will find the Public Works and Engineering report located on page 158 of your package, and also we do have an addendum at the end. So our report is under information. Number one is staffing. So our day labor crew recruitment is underway. We're going to take all necessary precautions to keep people safe and separated, and everything that's has been released from the ministry. So the individuals will commence their employment with the county on May 4th, 2020, and all contracts are scheduled to end on October 30th, 2020. Our summer student laborers patrol, so recruiting is presently underway for summer students and laborers in the patrols. One student is hired in each patrol, with employment expected to commence between May 1st and June 1st at this time. And these students will be returning to school in September. So we're very proud of the fact that we're gonna bring our students in. We're gonna obviously make a lot of efforts to make sure they're safe and sound, but we're very proud of the fact that we're gonna take our students on. And again, summer students for engineering, most of our, as you know, most of our projects are delivered by the supervision of engineering students. So this summer, we're actually in the process of recruiting 3 engineering students, and they're going to commence on June 1st. And these students also will be returning September. So again, we're very pleased with that. Item 2 is tenders and quotations. So we've included a couple of tables here for County Council. So for information of Council, a number of tenders and quotations have been requested and received, including participation by 10 local municipalities. The results of these tenders and quotations received to date are provided in Appendix 1. Tenders listed in Appendix 1 have been awarded to the lowest bidder under the authority of the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer under delegated authority, or by the Chief Administrative Officer, depending on the value of the procurement of the contract award requirements. And in all cases, all the procurement processes have been followed as per policy GA01 and procurement of goods and services. And item 3 is our capital variance report. So Council find is attached as Appendix 2 is the capital program variance report for the information of Council at this present time. It's too early to predict any trends, but projections for our capital program at this time is we will be $471,617 over budget. But of course, it's anticipated with favorable tenders and pricing received, and hopefully additional gas tax funding can be used as necessary. And with that, that's the 3 items. Would you like me to continue on to the addendum, or would we like to talk about these 3 first?
Why don't we do these 3 first, and then we'll deal with the addendum, if that's all right with you?
Thank you.
All right, so at the beginning, under information, under staffing, the day labor crew, summer students for engineering. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Mr. Perkins, Lee, do these summer students qualify for the 100% funding?
Actually, I'll have to get back to you. We're hiring them as our regular student hiring for this summer. So sorry, through you, Madam Warden, to Councillor Murphy. So yeah, so I'm not sure. I can definitely look into it.
Councillor Murphy.
So as a supplementary, thank you, Madam Warden. Yes, there is a program out there right now where they're saying that I think between the province and the feds, they will fully fund our summer students. I'm just not sure of municipalities, what our role is, but something to check into.
I will, through you, Madam Warden, Councillor Murphy, I'll touch base with Mr. Barber and find out if there's anything such available.
Thank you for that. Under number 2, tenders and quotations. Any questions or comments?
Madam Warden?
Yes.
Jed Reinwald here. For some reason, I can't, the video portion is not working. But on item 1A, there's a section in there where all contracts are scheduled to end on the end of October. I'm just wondering, Mr. Perkins, does that include the ones that we had that were not completed last year and are carried over, plus this year's contracts?
Perkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Councillor Reinwald. Actually, these are new people that we bring on every summer. They
Oh, I'm
move-
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's usually our winter maintenance personnel that move on into summer day labor crew, but we do take on some additional day labor crew, but they do start in the spring and then in the fall. And we would like to keep them around in the winter as truck drivers if they are available.
I'm sorry, I was mixing up contracts with contract people.
Yeah, sorry, no problem.
All right, move on to number 2, tenders and quotations. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Number 3, the capital program variance report. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you, and apologies. This was on item number 2. There were just a couple that kind of stood out to me on these tenders. One was the Bonnechere River Bridge rehab, and the other was the Coles Creek Bridge rehab, which are substantially at variance from the initial budget. I wonder if Mr. Perkins could speak to that.
Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Councillor Donahue. So what occurs here is, as you know now, this is my second year, so I'm quite happy to learn, still learning stuff. What happened in these 2 instances is these are both structures, which are bridges. So what ends up happening is when they put together the asset management plan a number of years ago, they did it with the visual inspections that they do every year, the OSM inspections that they do on their bridging. And of course, what ends up happening is when the year prior to actually doing these structures, we go out for detailed engineering and design, and that's when we actually get the Class A estimate. So what we're looking at in the long-term plan on these bridges is mostly a Class D estimate. So when we do go, and Bonnechere River Bridge is actually is an interesting one because once they did get in there to look at it, not only did the cost of the bridge work go up for the rehabilitation, but also the cost of the consultant work went up. And as for Coles Creek Bridge, when that was first identified in the asset management plan, that was identified to be a rehabilitation. And once the detailed design and estimate was done last year, it was found out that not rehabilitation wasn't going to be enough. So this is actually going to have to be a full replacement. And these are things that since I'm now learning more about it, I'm actually going back to my team and going to try to tighten up our estimates on our structures, because as you will have noticed, right now it looks like we're $495,000 going to be over budget this year because of some of these projects. I'd remind council that last year at this time we were $567,000 over budget projected. So that's the rationale of how things comes. And also because stuff gets pushed, the structures get in worse condition. So in Coles Creek Bridge, for example, again, it was slated as a rehabilitation and it turned into a full rehab. So that's why they're such they're extravagantly over budget.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, it is reassuring. I have found they are often pesky. I have found that in my experience. It's often they. Thank you.
Yes, they are.
Yes, if I may, Madam Warden, through you, yeah, it's going to be me very soon. So thank you.
All right. Any other further questions concerning the tenders and quotations? Seeing none, the capital program variance report. All right, Mr. Perkins, if you'd like to go on to bylaws.
Okay, excuse me, I'll move my camera for you because I'm reading from another screen. So item 4 is a bylaw to regulate parking on County Road 508 and Calabogie Road. So the recommendation here is that a bylaw be adopted at this section of County Council to amend bylaw number 920 for the regulation of parking along county roads to include regulation of parking along County Road 508. And would you like me to read the background or would you like to move for a second?
Go ahead and give us the background.
Okay, the background here is, as Mayor Hunt just alluded to, the Township of Greater Madawaska is endeavoring to limit access to the Eagle's Nest Lookout Trail in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The trail is accessed via County Road 508, Calabogie Road. So the township has requested that the County of Renfrew approve a no parking zone in the vicinity of the trail until such time as the trail can be safely utilized by the public. So attached as Appendix 3 is the Township of Greater Madawaska's resolution. And in accordance to County Bylaw 920, the township's bylaw enforcement officer would have the authority to enforce the parking restrictions. And of course, staff is in support of this parking restriction as requested. And Paul, may I ask how, when we put this together, we only anticipated 500 meters on each side of the trail. And since that time, Councillor Hunt and his council would like to go an extra kilometer. So I believe we need a friendly amendment, do we not?
Mr. Morrow?
Thank you. My apologies for the delay. Warden, I believe that you should bring up the recommendation for the bylaw, and then at that point, Councillor Hunt, I believe, would ask for a subsidiary motion to amend the current resolution.
Okay. Well, I'll read the recommendation that a bylaw be adopted at this session of County Council to amend bylaw number 9-20 for the regulation of parking along county roads to include regulation of parking along County Road 508, Calabogie Road. So I need a mover and a seconder to begin. Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Discussion. Councillor Hunt?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Mr. Perkins. The present bylaw reads 500 meters on each side of the Eagle's Nest Lookout, and we would request that that be amended to read 1,000 meters on each side. This is a hiking trail, so a half a kilometer hike for these individuals is not tough. And with a kilometer on each side, 1,000 meters, we feel that we'll have a much greater success in limiting the access. The trails have been closed off, but to no avail. The police are monitoring it, but do not seem to want to issue tickets. So we're going to try to limit it in this manner until we get through the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, did the mover and seconder accept that as a friendly amendment? I'm getting the nod. Yes. All right. Councillor Murphy, did you also have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Even I got a phone call about the parking on this road. I don't know if it was an exaggeration or not, but they told me there were upwards of 30 cars weekend.
Busy spot. Any other further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Madam Warden. I was just going to, sorry, no, go ahead. Sorry, my fault.
Oh, right, okay. All right, so I'm going to ask for the vote on the amended recommendation. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Perkins, did you have another comment?
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank my team for the work that they're doing in trying times, as Mr. Kelly said, and everyone else is experiencing. Obviously, we have people working from home, but just to reassure council that work is going out the door, and we're excited that obviously our students are coming back. And again, it's the patrols have now returned to a normal operation with albeit a number of adjustments in how they can operate, but it's good to know that Renfrew is getting back on the move. And again, I just wanted to take the time to thank my team and thank council and the CAO for support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins, and certainly relate to your staff as well, County Council's appreciation of everything they've done in the past few months and will continue to do. I need a mover and a seconder to accept the Public Works and Engineering Department report as presented, please. Moved by Councillor Donohue, seconded by Councillor Peckett. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that the bylaws listed on item 8 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated April 29th, 2020 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Grills, seconded by Councillor Brose. Any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Any notice of motions? No. Any members' written motions? New business. Councillor Doncaster, I believe.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. I I love being last on the agenda, so, but I'll actually keep this brief. So what I wanted to start with was in March, I had written a memo and sent it off in line with my commitment to keep County Council and all our member municipalities in the loop for what work FCM's been doing. So I did have that memo. I believe that it was supposed to flow through committee in March or February, perhaps. Obviously, that didn't happen. Perhaps that can get out at some point. But what I would like to just briefly, I'll talk about how we started this year, how we started this term with FCM in November, because normally in November we meet with MPs and parliamentarians in Ottawa, but because the House hadn't sat since the election, we didn't do that. We did a number of different things. However, after that point in time, FCM did produce a document, and the documents I'm referring to, all of them any member can find on the FCM website, but we did create a document which was the first 100 days of the federal government. So because we weren't in front of MPs in Ottawa, we were each assigned a number of MPs, certainly our local ones. So I presented this document to our MP. I was also given 2 MPs in Ottawa. So I presented this to them, and it's relative to both the government and the opposition MPs. So slightly different presentation, whether they're in the government or not. But anyway, however, that was done. The second one that I wanted to highlight was the FCM's, and I don't have it here, oh yeah, Building Better Lives towards Budget 2020. And this was a submission that FCM put together in advance of the federal budget. Probably not all that relevant anymore, so I won't go into any great details about it. But what I would, and what I was going to highlight now that I did a little bit earlier, was there's a couple of things. So one is the FCM has relaunched the asset management plan, and I know the county had applied for that before, and I would encourage any of our local municipalities to apply for it. There are grants and training programs available, grants up to $50,000. The fund was depleted, but it has been refunded again with another $53 million. Now that was in March. Since then, the intake for applications for the asset management grant have been suspended because of COVID-19, but it will come back, so there will be another opportunity to do that. Further to that, they've changed the disaster mitigation fund, which is, I don't have the number in front of me, but it is available to municipalities. Before, there used to be a cap. The project size had to be $20 million. That's been removed. So I'm thinking that if the county or some of the local municipalities have disaster mitigation type projects, either now or in the future, that there may be funding available there for us to access. So that's good. Further, what I mentioned earlier, so the Rural Forum, which I am a member of, has been meeting every week for about the last 5 weeks, dealing with and collecting that data for FCM in general, that helped to put together that ask that we went to the federal government with. And as I mentioned, we met with Minister Monsef on Monday, a group of us, not the whole forum is 53 members, I believe, or 35, I don't know what it is. Anyway, some of us met with her and explained the challenges that rural municipalities are having, which all of us are, including the County of Renfrew. We did talk about rural broadband, and we were able to come up with some real time and real examples of what's happened with the pandemic and the challenges that lack of broadband and access has created for rural municipalities. So I won't go into great details about that. I'm trying to think if there's anything really important that I'm missing. I don't think so, but I would say that most of the comments that people were talking about, members of council, sorry, were talking about within the economic recovery and economic development part of today's meeting. I want you to be well aware that all of those issues have been brought up federally. As I mentioned, there is certainly a role for the province to play, and I would throw this back to Councillor Love and Councillor Emo through AMO and that avenue for us to look at that. But just, I guess, rest assured that on a daily basis, FCM staff are in front of our federal government staff, MPs, and advocating on our behalf for certainly immediate funds that I'm hoping that we hear about in the next few days, certainly in the next week or so, and then medium-term and long-term funding available directly to municipalities for the recovery plans that we'll come up with. And that's one of the reasons I mentioned that it's important that all of the municipalities continue to track what COVID-19 is costing in terms of lost revenues, but also in terms of increased expenses, so that we can use that data as a backup for those requests. I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions about anything, as I committed to before, I will continue to provide information directly from the work I'm doing with FCM. And I guess thank you for the opportunity to be involved in that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Doncaster. We appreciate the update. Does anyone have any questions of Councillor Doncaster? Seeing none, does anyone have any additional new business? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, I certainly want to, I know that throughout the meeting we have certainly acknowledged the exemplary efforts of staff across the corporation, across the county of Renfrew, and also the frontline health workers. Myriad number of people have stepped forward in this, but I certainly think we would be remiss to not acknowledge that our community has really engaged. It is enormously gratifying to me that such an enormous percentage of our population has heeded the public health guidance. What I had said earlier in response to a question from Councillor Sweet, right now what we have available to us is to remove the ready transmission of coronavirus through the physical distancing. This has been incredibly important. There are those, perhaps it was foreseen, and I think perhaps there are some now might suggest that all of this has been an overreaction. And I can assure you through various opportunities, not least of which is through Dr. Cushman and the Board of Health, this has been instrumental in keeping our number of cases to 15. It is worth pointing out that on the Johns Hopkins dashboard, which I encourage anyone, if you have not seen that, go to it. It is dense with information. In Ontario right now, we're approximately 113 cases per 100,000 population. As all of council is aware, here in Renfrew County, we have approximately 100,000 people and we have 15 cases. There's no question that it was the early adoption here in the county of very aggressive measures, very aggressive moves, certainly by leaders and decision makers, but I think also an enormous thank you has to go out to our community, who has made possible the fact that we have significantly dampened and limited the opportunity for the spread of COVID-19. So certainly here to our entire community for having responded appropriately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, for those comments. Definitely the residents of the County of Renfrew are a resilient lot. And we're all determined to do what we can to take care of each other, and we continue to do that. So I'm very glad that you brought that up. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to add on to Councillor Donahue's comments, if you want to see something really special, go to It Takes a Village on Facebook. It's a group of about 550 people not only in Bonnechere Valley, but in surrounding areas that are willing to go out, help, bring groceries, go to the pharmacy. It's really, really heartwarming to see these people. While we're trying to still govern, we have community members out there that are willing to spend their time and help with especially our most vulnerable. So thanks to Councillor Donahue for starting that ball.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Definitely Renfrew County is the best place in Ontario to live. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden Robinson. Sorry, and I did miss something. What I will do at some point, a lot of the financial programs that have come out are either a result of direct advocacy on FCM's part, or the modification of them after the fact. And I'll probably do a review of that at some point in the future. But what I did want to just say briefly is that that $10 billion ask for municipalities translates into about three and a half times what our existing gas tax revenue is. So if that proposal is accepted by the federal government, it's about 3.5 times our federal gas tax allocation, just to put it into perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Doncaster, and I wish you all the success in getting all that money for us. Councillor Reinwald, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I wanted to speak, going back to Councillor Murphy's comments with regards to the people stepping up. One of the things that has happened in our community, not only Laurentian Hills, but also the town of Deep River and Head Clare Mariah, we had the public works from Deep River who were helping the seniors and people with medical problems to pick up groceries and deliver to the town of Deep River. Because of spring work that was coming on, they were going to have to move those people. So we ended up touching base with some folks from CNL, and those folks have stepped up, and they are now delivering groceries for the folks in the town of Deep River, for the town of Laurentian Hills, and also for Head Clare Mariah. So I just wanted to bring that point across, that I was very, very pleased to see that these folks are really helping us out here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reinwald. Councillor Grills.
There, I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Warden Robinson. I just want to add to that in Head Clare Mariah, we also have come right out of our neighborhoods, a neighbor-to-neighbor initiative where people on their own initiative have called the municipality, left their names on lists for any people who were feeling that they couldn't leave their homes, wouldn't leave their homes for whatever reason, over 70 or over 65 or whatever it might be, or compromised immune systems. And the municipal staff has matched those neighbors to other neighbors to do all the pickups, deliveries, or anything they can help with. And we also like to thank CNL and the Public Works Department in Deep River as well for all these initiatives that are just coming from the groundswell up.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Councillor Grills. Any other further comments? Seeing none, we have no closed meeting. I'm going to need a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw. That a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on April 29th, 2020 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Love, Councillor Donahue. All in favor? Carried. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for our 3-hour meeting, our 6-hour meeting that we thought was going to be done by noon. Anyway, everyone stay safe. Thank you for all of your work. And again, I know that we're all very proud to be councillors in the County of Renfrew. Take care. Could I have a motion to adjourn, please? Nobody wants to. Councillor Brose, Councillor Reinwald. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Stay safe, everyone.